enter your username. Username accepted.
Move my body back and forth.
Welcome to the last and final day of ADEPT International Convention 2022. Today is the second day of ADEPT International Convention 2022. My name is Winnie and I'll be your host today for Room 1. We are so happy to have you with us today and we are so incredibly excited to see that you have a great time and learning so much from yesterday. Now, even though it is the last day, the lineup of the speakers is still astonishing as ever. Please let us know in the comment section which one of the speakers you are most looking forward to seeing. Also, tell us where you are currently watching ADEPT 2022. We would like to know where you are from. Alright, without further ado, let's start our session today with our amazing lineup of speakers.
各位朋友们，大家好！器官资讯很荣幸得到全球科技大会的认可，获得本次大会的演讲分享。我是李启龙，也是器官资讯医疗创新总监，主要负责全球医药健康产业的数据调研和峰会论坛。器官资讯早于2019年成立，集团业务致力于数字化媒体建设与传输、战略咨询、峰会论坛，深耕金融科技、医疗等行业领域，拥有80万家活跃用户，线上媒体与线下峰会超融合连接，输送最专业的市场数据，最高效的市场线索，赋能创新型企业数字化转型，以数字技术创新重塑品牌价值，构建私域运营平台，驱动业务快速增长。我们旗下拥有1000多位智库专家，业务涵盖8个城市，并服务了2万多家持续性客户，协助客户业务增长约6000多万。我们会继续利用与国际接轨的优势，为企业业务保驾护航。那作为一家咨询类的公司，希望借助这个机会与大家分享几个话题。一、数字化转型的意义。现如今，数字化营销已经成为了全球经济发展的趋势，也是全球经济从工业经济向数字经济的转变。疫情的爆发加速深化企业数字化转型落地，深刻认知数字技术的重要性。那么就出现了一个问题：传统的医药数字化转型到底有什么意义？我做了3个维度来分析。一、通过数字化转型，药企能够实现与患者、医生有效衔接，从而能够及时获取用户的一些建议和反馈，来对产品进行优化升级。而且药企可以利用数字化的手段来分析用户的需求，并以此来调整业务的方向和内容。二、实现数字化转型，积极发展线上业务，让传统的医药代表与社区医生有效沟通和互动，拓宽市场渠道，加速业务增长。企业的数字化转型是时代的趋势，顺应时代的发展，能够让企业出更少的力或更多的利。第3点，数字化转型完成了业务的在线化，使很多的工作可以直接交给机器来自动完成，这大大提高了员工的工作效率和机器的使用率。而且数字技术能够让企业完成以往无法完成的一些任务。第2点，数字化转型面临的问题。为了应对外部环境的变化，企业在积极寻求自身转型，建立数字化能力。企业传统的 IT 系统多以流程和管控作为任务目标，缺少智能化的技术手段，无法有效处理和应对信息与知识的爆发。在知识的分享与应用、驱动业务增长方面存在先天的缺陷。在转型过程当中存在哪些痛点呢？我整理了几点给到大家。一、战略制定决策权的缺失。第2，目标任务制定行业标准化规范的缺失。第3，数字化转型核心能力建设权责力边界模糊。4，对企业自身业务了解深度不够，不能及时发现改造点的弊端。5，对企业自身的数字化转型视角、阶段以及企业的价值主张理解模糊。6， 技术出身的 CIO 对业务模型、行业规范要求标准知识匮乏。7. 信息化基础薄弱，无法满足企业的转型需求。以上是我对数字化转型中的痛点认知。其实五花八门的痛点有很多，需要更多的数字化人才不断的摸索和进阶，完善数字化转型中的不足。第3点，数字化转型的未来。数字化转型其实和互联网的发展路径有些相似，或者说数字化转型正是互联网以及其他信息技术传播发展的证明。我为大家做了简要的说明。那第1点，数字化转型拥有普适性。数字化转型从本质来说是通过数字化相关的一些技术，从研发、生产、运营、市场等多个部门实现企业的转型变革，促进企业业务发展分析、业务发展结构、业务发展质量等业务能力的提升，是一场提升效率、降低成本的革新运动。那第2点，数字化转型抓住了时机。随着几十年的经济的发展以及互联网企业带来的信息化、数字化思潮，很多企业本身已经开始将互联网，尤其是移动互联网与自身业务的融合，便通过电子商务、网络营销、品牌推广、办公软件等实现部分信息化向数字化改造。数字化转型的到来，正好是一次梳理企业整体信息化、数字化的架构，统一各部门数字化进程，从单独业务向企业整体转变的过程，是一次新时代企业的整体思考决策。第3点，数字化转型是一次思想改革。谁也没想到，在短短的几十年时间里，社会发生了天翻地覆的变化。很多企业根本没有发展新型商业模式的时机，也没有转型改革的想法，在高速增长中还能保持足够的竞争力。但随着市场天花板的显现，人口、市场、行业等红利逐渐缩减，很多企业已经到了必须要转型，否则就会在传统经营模式中无法离开。数字化转型带来的思想改革，必定会给很多企业带来新的增长。最后做个总结，今天总共谈了3个维度：数字化转型的意义、痛点和未来。转型创新是时代的引领，也是未来的发展。以上是我今天所分享的内容，再次感谢各位嘉宾的聆听和主办方的肯定。那谢谢各位。
Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. This is George, and today I'll be talking a very interesting topic. Now, of course, when I was invited for this particular session, we talked about the downfall of cryptocurrency. What's next? I wanted to kind of like reframe it and talk a bit about the state of the market, and is crypto actually dead, and what's happening right now. So before I go into that, just a quick introduction. Of course, my name is George Wong. More commonly, I'm known as the head of Singapore and Malaysia for the Sandbox. The Sandbox is the one of the largest decentralized metaverses or virtual worlds in the market. And also, I'm the CEO of Reactive Labs, where I run an advisory, and I also do a bunch of other blockchain-related associations. And if you have any questions regarding what I shared today, please do feel free to connect with me here. Now, a bit of background. Besides doing and spending a lot of time in the crypto space since about 2016, 2017, I have been involved in a lot of different kind of financial related entities, like from stocks, property, precious metals, funding, and also even like been and have a long career in MNCs as well. And the reason I highlighted these other positions that I've been in is to give you an understanding that I'm a person who is not just a crypto maxi. I have I believe I have a nice balance of traditional business, understanding financial markets, and also the crypto market as well, which gives me a more balanced insight and input. And I'm a big believer in fundamental and technical analysis, so I apply a lot of it in the crypto space. Now, a lot of people, myself included, have always maintained that fundamental and technical analysis is not something that is easily applied in the crypto market. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not something easy to apply because the time frame and the controls are very different. So let's take, for example, in a traditional stock market, you're looking at people trading at certain hours of the day. There's an off time, and they don't trade on weekends. So it doesn't trade 24 hours. But the crypto market trades 24 hours a day, and it's a global trading marketplace. Like if you wanted to trade in the US market, you had to go to a broker who has access to the US market, and it's not so straightforward. Technology makes it easy, but you still had to go through that. And the ease of access is not so straightforward. There's some documents to sign if you want to trade the US markets, which I do quite often as well. Um, and and only then you gain access, and you have to trade at US hours. So and I found myself, when I was doing trading for US market, I would trade at 10 p.m. And because the main trading hours is between 10 to, let's say, like 5 a.m. So, and that's why a lot of people who specialize in trading the US markets have to do the graveyard shift if they were to trade that actively as a day trader. Now, why is this significant? Because the crypto market trades 24/7. Everyone's trading on the same marketplace around the world. And as a result, the speed and the response time to news is also 24/7, which theoretically, just by the nature of it, because it trades 24/7, even on weekends, you're looking at a market that is arguably going to react to anything 3 to 4 times quicker as a result of it. And information is also an issue, because sometimes we get access to some information, sometimes information is not clear, people react emotionally. So when a lot of trading is emotion driven, the volatility gets higher, right? It gets bigger. The euphoria is bigger, so the up rallies are stronger, the down rallies are also stronger. Now, I wanted to frame this in you because this is very critical when it comes to understanding the crypto market and why it's as bad as it is right now, right? And of course, when it comes to controls, it's trading. There are a lot of measures in the stock market that has been implemented that don't exist in the crypto market, right? So a lot of control mechanisms, a lot of the things that you see happening in the crypto market has actually been done before, like pump and dumps, etc. All these kind of mechanisms have been done before, and in the traditional stock market. But there has been so many controls over the decades of experience in the markets to eliminate or reduce the impact of such measures in the market, which doesn't exist in the crypto market, which is why pump and dump methods are now practiced heavily by those who used to probably do it in the stock market, but they now do it in the crypto market. So the lack of these kind of control mechanisms in the decentralized space has a big impact. Now, just looking at charts, I was going to give you a very quick overview. If you're a person who loves charts and you read charts like I do, this is just a very simple one. The start of the year, we use Bitcoin as a reference because it's a pretty good indicator of the market. And the price at the beginning of the year was around 48,000 US dollars. It wasn't the peak, but it was a pretty good price given the last bull cycle, about 2017, was around 20,000 US dollars, right? So it's still pretty high. And it actually went through the news of the war, the Ukraine-Russian war, actually because there was a lot of capital flight, a lot of access to funds was very tricky. So actually it caused a little bit of there was a lot of instability, but you will realize that because people were trying to get funds, donations were happening to Ukraine in the form of cryptocurrencies. So it didn't actually cause a crash, but the subsequent after effects to the economy, the American economy, and to many of the major economy, fluctuating commodity prices, etc., can be indirectly said to contribute to a bit of a downpour, or rather a significant one in the early start of the year. Now, this is important because in the traditional market, maybe the impact isn't so significant, but in the crypto market, people react very aggressively, especially with the whole speed 24-hour trading. And this is a year where we saw 3 black swan events. So it's an unprecedented. And although in the beginning of the year, I have expected the market to really crash, and that's kind of why I exited most of my positions beginning of the year. And I was expecting Bitcoin to hit 20,000 when I was talking about it at this point, and a lot of people thought that was insane. But it even surpassed my expectation, and that's largely due to the few black swan events, right? So you have, of course, the lunar crash, and that which wiped out about, I read the impact was about 40 million of market capitalization. Values were gone as a result of that single 2 to 3 day crash of the Terra Luna and UST debacle, and then most recently with FTX. Now, although and FTX was about 8 billion. Now, in many cases, both of these events were extremely significant because one was about a token that was poorly backed. The backing was not there, right? And as a result, people were dumping it quickly, and it's so fast. It went from like $90 to like less than $1 in a matter of like 48 hours, right? That this was history that occurred overnight because you saw a token just go to almost zero in that span of time, which has never happened in such a degree and such a large, at one point considered the fifth largest crypto, right? So that was something that is significant, but the market kind of like, I wouldn't say accepted it. A lot of wealth was wiped out. A lot of people suffered greatly for it. But I think the bigger one was actually FTX, because FTX as an institution that was backed by so many large financial institutions, hedge funds, etc., for it to have mismanaged, although the degree in terms of values was a lot lower than the whole Luna the scenario. But you could argue that the FTX, in terms of the emotional impact to the market, was a lot more severe because it was one of those companies which most people thought that was too big to fail. Like Luna was a token which involved both the Luna token, the UST token, using an algorithmic backed system to back the values of the token, which didn't really work. But FTX, what you saw was a modern day bank run, right? And in both cases, they reflected a loss of confidence in the market. Now, this resulted all of these black swan events, from war to Luna going to zero to FTX, the large, like second largest exchange in the world, collapsing just from abuse, internal abuse, or whatever the final outcome may be, caused the market to crash about 67% from the beginning of the year to the lows of about 15,000 US dollars. So it's bad, but is it the downfall of cryptocurrency? So that's where we're talking about. So if you look at a longer term chart, and this is all the way to about 2017, prior to that as well, you would notice that the prices of Bitcoin has been volatile and the gains were insane. If you were to buy it at the beginning of 2017, the rally all the way up was about 1,900%. And then it came down and then up another 328%. Then it came down, then it went another 1,500%, down 100% again. So the volatility is large. You do see a long-term low that's still going up from 3 to 4 to 15 if you look at it in the long-term chart. So in even despite it being no doubt a bear market, and I think that it's still going to be bad for a while, but at the same time, this has happened before. You see massive rallies and crashes occur whenever it comes to new technology. So one thing I want to highlight is that even during the dot-com bubble in 1999, 2000, you saw a lot of euphoria. People were buying into new technology. They were buying things that they didn't understand. And then subsequently, at the peak, then it crashed. A lot of people lost their money. You hear the same conversations you're hearing right now. And it occurs cyclically and frequently whenever it comes to new technology adoption, because people get euphoric over new. In the last round, it was cryptos. And then in this cycle, it actually had closer relation to like NFTs as a big driver, as it brought in more new players into the market, more companies looking at the technology in terms of the implementation. If you realize, despite the 3 black swan events that occurred, people are still talking about it. In the previous cycle, when the adoption rate hasn't gone to the current levels that it is right now, people were shunning cryptos, were shunning anything related to it. Events were empty. But even now, after UST, and Luna crash. After FTX, you're still having events which is packed out audiences, or at least pretty filled in many parts of the world where crypto is still relevant, because which is most countries, even in Southeast Asia, simply because people understand the technology now way better than it was in the last cycle. So when you look at this, you have to understand that during this period when markets crash, that's when the speculators leave. That's where the people who work with emotional euphoria will leave the market. And this is where the real business, the real builders are building. And this is not something I've never talked about before. If you ask anyone who's asking me, I'm in an accumulation phase. I'm not speculating. I'm just accumulating. And I'm also focusing on building. That's why I have a big belief in the metaverse. It's something that I'm doing full time as well. And that's because I truly believe that right now we are in a bear, and the bear is the best time to build. To draw parallels to the 1999 dot-com bubble, year 2000 dot-com bubble era, the companies that built and continued to build over a 20-year cycle, okay, until today, are the Googles, Facebooks, the Amazons, all the main blue chip giant companies that survived the dot-com bubble, that understood that they were supposed to continue building, and they did, and are now, because technology takes time. Technology adoption is not something that occurs overnight. A lot of people don't understand. It takes a good 5, maybe 10 years time before it becomes mainstream, before you stop questioning about whether or not the technology is relevant. Today, people are still questioning cryptos, but less. They start to understand and try to figure out how to work with it, instead of like, oh, this thing is valueless, etc. Right? And similarly with NFTs, it's new. People got excited. I'm still excited about it because of the technology, and we are looking at now the market who's still around, who's still building, is going to take this technology and push it forward. Maybe in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, I don't know the time frame, but when it becomes mass market adopted, that is when people are who stop questioning the technology. That's when you will see will come out of this building phase and they'll go up. So time, I don't know. Sometimes even if you see the up, it may not have been fully adopted, but that it's the adoption rate is just going higher and higher, and that's when giant companies, giant businesses work. So if you ask me, cryptocurrencies is low, it's a bear, but is it a downfall? Will people stop using cryptos entirely? I think certain cryptocurrencies would die out. Like, I'm personally not a fan of Bitcoin. I'm more of an ETH maxi or any of the other coins, because I think the tech is better, because I'm very focused on tech, and I think Bitcoin's a bit dated. There's environmental concerns, etc. It's still just the current reference. Maybe in a year or 3 years from now, if it loses relevancy and being replaced by something else, I would probably show a different chart. But I don't think the story would change, because you must know that Bitcoin is just one of the choices of the cryptocurrencies. It could change. It could still maintain to be the store of value. That's the part that it's very hard to say what the mass market would kind of like deviate or diverge if they don't adopt Bitcoin as the primary store of value. It still is, but if you notice, compared to the rest of the coins in the market, it's not as dominant as it used to be. It went from like 80% the market was Bitcoin. I think now it's like 40%. So after a while, I think it'll be phased out. It's just a question of when. But in terms of what's next and what's coming, now obviously a lot of businesses are struggling, but now those who are building, they are the key driver for the next few years, especially in this industry, is really those companies that's looking to develop on Web3 technology, decentralized technology, using blockchain for decentralization. I think FTX was a proof that the market needs decentralization in terms of design or structure, because FTX is, even though it's crypto based, it's an example of how centralized control, centralized abuse in so much money in the control of just maybe like two or a small group of people has lost 8 billion of investor value overnight, in the span of like 2 days or something like that. And that's because it's centralized. So rather than say that it's a downfall of cryptocurrency, FTX is an example of why decentralized technology is important, because it helps to reduce these kind of risks that you would not get in the decentralized exchange. So, and a lot of people building in Web3 who understand the tech will continue to build better and better solutions. And that will be one of the primary drivers in the coming years. The other, like I've already mentioned, to me is the growth of Metaverse. Metaverse is not new. If a lot of people think that it's a new concept, but besides the concept being 20 years old, it's actually estimated that more than 80% of millennials, Gen Zero, the younger generation, are already in some form of metaverse. They just don't call it a metaverse, and it may not necessarily have blockchain implemented in it. But for us, and for me personally, the rise of blockchain enabled as digital assets in the metaverse is the game changer. Whatever form it is, whether it's like this, which is the sandbox, very user generated content type of metaverse, or if you're looking at whether it's VR, AR, whatever your flavor of metaverse, that will be a huge driver moving forward. And that's where I'm putting a lot of my personal effort into, as I too am building for the future, right? And I see massive potential in this. The next thing, well, it's this actually a video. It's not showing a little bit of a clip, but it's it's actually the jobs that will be created as a new jobs that will be created as a convergence between blockchain tech and also metaverse technology, or metaverse experiences, because the metaverse provides a new dimension or access into the space. It provides new ways of interaction. It creates new kind of jobs. You see jobs in terms of designing of virtual assets, from gamers to even experiencing like tour guides in the metaverse for like a historical site that's built into the metaverse. There's so many different opportunities, job opportunities. As it creates more jobs, it creates more interest, and that's where I think it will also be a driver, especially as we enable these new jobs. And that's also something that I hope to participate and be a part of. And I do advise many companies on considering all these factors as well. And the sky's the limit, because the metaverse is a parallel virtual world. There is so many opportunities that you can find in the metaverse itself. So with that, I hope it gives you a bit of insight. Just a quick summary. What I truly believe is that the market is bad. No doubt. 3 black swans is probably too painful for most of the market to bear, and the year still has about a month to go, right? But it's not something that will wipe out the industry completely, especially if you focus on the technology, the adoption of technology, the good adoption of technology, the propagation of good technology, and builders, and you back these kind of entities, these kind of experiences. I truly believe that we will come back again, cyclical, into a bull market again. At some point, there will be a trigger. There will be some kind of new tech innovation that will drive euphoria in the market again. With the way crypto works, the speed it works, there would be potential crashes, but that comes with the territory. And if I advise you and encourage you to look beyond the price of the token, to not get too excited when people are very excited, and not to get too bearish when people are bearish, because that is, and we have to learn to be a bit contrarian in the market. And lastly, for me, I'm obviously in the accumulation stage. I don't know if it's the bottom, but I know it's pretty bad, and bad is always a buying opportunity for me as a trader. And I have a longer time horizon than most people. I'm not investing for a quick flip in 6 months. I'm investing to technology, holding it for the long term, and definitely hoping to benefit from it from like 3, 5, or 10 years later, right? So do think about your time horizon as well if you're looking to be an investor in the space. With that, I hope this has been slightly insightful with the limited time I have. Thank you so much, and I do hope to see you in person. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Osman Hargreaves. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Rickersell Pioneers Group St. Berhad, where our company basically does telemarketing. Initially, before we go into the digital era where everything is digitalized and the technology has taken its steps forward. So we were able to do a lot more forward things rather than just typical services and products, call by call, phone by phone, telemarketing, the old traditional conventional way. So here it comes where it's social media has taken place and everything else has gone digital. So this is where I am today. I am a branding strategist, a personal branding strategist. So where I'll be talking about digitalization on branding. All right, before I share my slide, I would like to conclude that branding itself is a very powerful word. How we step up on to brand ourselves first rather than our services, our businesses, and our products. It is a core value that we brand ourselves first and we know the right way to do it. So, branding itself is a very general word. When it comes to branding, we all think of how do we present and how people perceive us um, in their own mindset. What do people think about you? What do people say about you when you are not in the room? So that is basically what personal branding is. But how can we actually take it another level, bring more steps forward into digitalizing it? So this is why I am here today to talk more about digitalization on branding. There's online and offline branding, but of course, it's a very casual session, and I am so honored to be one of the speakers today to talk about branding, where it falls in the category of digital assets. Thank you to the organizer of Adapt Convention 2022 for having me as one of the respective speakers today. So without further ado, I was told that I only have 15 to 20 minutes to talk about this. So I hope that you're all ready to take this roller coaster ride with me to talk about digitalization on branding. So without further ado, let's start with my slide. I'm just going to share my slide. So I hope you can see the slide. All right. So I hope that everyone can see my slide now. Okay. Here we are today. We'll be talking about digitalization on branding itself. My name is Mr. Azmi Hargreaves. I am the CEO of Regressive Pioneers Group Sdn Berhad, and I'm based in Malaysia. I'm based in Kuching, Sarawak, as well as Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So I am honored to represent Malaysia today to be one of the speakers. So this is my company logo, our Regressive Pioneers Group, and this is yours truly. All right, so without further ado, let's talk more on branding itself. Okay, so how many of us understand the word personal branding? There's two different things of personal branding and image branding. It's totally different meaning, even though there's a word branding in it. So personal branding is more on what people perceive of us, what people perceive of you in order for you to sell yourself, like how you sell and how you portray yourself outside. So that is your personal brand. But your image brand is how you sell. You know, the personal branding is how people perceive, but image branding is how you want to sell yourself. So at the end of the day, personal branding and image branding has to be together. You know, it has to be aligned together. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go with the next slide. Okay. So there are offline and online branding skills that we understand today because like I said earlier on, in this world of technology, world of digitalization, the new age, the new era has gone to very, very wide perspective and wide the scope. So it's very interesting that we do not fully utilize it. It's such a waste if we don't make full use of all this technology that is given to us to sell our products, to sell our services, sell our brand more to globally, to not just in our region area, but to all over the world, internationally, globally. along the line, everybody will know you through digital branding. So how do you do that? And what's the difference of offline and online branding scale? So before you want to sell your services, you want to sell your company business, first you need to sell yourself. So you are your brand. You are selling yourself as a brand first in order for you to make a trust. There's a two-way communication going on. There's a bond. It's always a bond between a seller and a buyer. So it's the same thing in business. It's the same thing in selling your brand. You have to build that trust. So in order for you to build that trust, your brand and your rapport and your reputation have to be very, very strong. So how do we do that? How do you sell your brand? First of all, your offline and your online, it has to be aligned. It has to be very systematic. It has to be equivalent and on the parallel side, meaning that it's going to be side by side, equal, 50-50. Because if you sell yourself offline, but you are very inactive and illiterate online, so there's no such thing as digital branding for you to sell out there because you're just focusing on the outside. So you need to have both capacity in order for you to grow your digital brand as well. So it's a two-way thing. It's an interactive thing. So your online branding includes third party like the media, the web content, the search email, the LinkedIn, the social media. All this online branding, it has to be very, very active. You need to master all of it. And in order for people to search about you, everything is there. It's just like a resume. Even your Instagram or your Facebook, these are all part of the way to have your own digital assets, because it's nowadays everything is just online. When people search or Google about you, everything is there right on the surface. So this is online branding. So your online branding has to be very good and very on the surface and out there. So when people search about you, you're there. It means that you're not a ghost. It means you exist in the world of digital. That is number one, the online branding. And then we go to offline. Offline is, of course, the conventional way, the traditional way, where it encompasses all of your marketing materials that are not digital. That means physical events, billboards, media placements, posters, simply everything physical that you have, you are selling the conventional way. So that is your offline branding. But offline and online branding together makes the business greater. It takes your visibility on a top-notch tier. A successful branding is when you know how to mix these two together and make your branding more solid. So that is the way to start our presentation today. So if you can see the chart here that I prepared for you, on the blue on the left side is all the online brand that you can surrogate to, like social media, webinar, phone video, blogs, online publications, email, search, online advertising, groups, online conferences, all on the left side. What am I doing right now is a video conferencing is also the same category in the online brand. And then while on the right side, you have the orange, which is face-to-face, the conventional way. We have networking, we have speaking, we have meetings, we have printing publications, we have direct mail, we have cold calls, we have print advertising, associations, trade shows, and whatnot. So at the end of the day, everything will come together online and offline. So these are just some of the categories that I can give example. For instance, what are the online brand and what are the face-to-face or conventional way? So what is the offline branding in a way? Number one, networking activities, right? So face-to-face connections, even virtual ones, continue to play a valuable role in networking. What is more, that they can help drive traffic to your website, allowing the contacts you've made in person to learn more about you and your firm. Okay, so this is the conventional way. In many cases, a good, clean handshake is still important. I mean, you all agree with that, right? Nothing tops a very good, firm handshake. It's like being able to put a face with a name. It removes a level of abstraction from your brand and makes your firm more approachable. But you got to choose your opportunities wisely. You seek out associations or organizations to which your target audience belong. So in time, you might take networking even further by attending or better speaking at national conferences. So this is just the example of offline. We're going with networking activities. I myself a networker. I love to go to events, speaking at conferences, mingling around, and get to know as many acquaintances and potential clientele like there. So this is the convention, one of the conventional way. And then we have attending association conferences and trade shows. Trade shows can provide opportunities to network with both prospective buyers and other industry leaders. In addition, these events can offer other industry leaders like offline marketing opportunities. For instance, there are ideal places to distribute your print materials or explore the possibility of becoming a future vision speaker. So which brings to the next technique. Yeah. So these are part of it. Then, of course, when it comes to branding, there's no way to escape from speaking opportunities. You need to speak up, you need to voice out, and people need to hear your voice. What do you have in store here? What do you have to offer, and what do you have to bring to the table for people? So speaking is a good way to start. Speaking engagements put you directly in front of a highly targeted audience that is prime and ready to hear what you have to say. And they are a proven way to establish your firm's credibility and thought leadership. So this, speaking wise, if those of you are very intimidated when it comes to speaking, so I'll suggest to take personal branding and communication skills class for you to carry yourself well out there, especially through speaking to people. And that is a very, very subjective and a very core first impression basis when you talk to people. So I guess this is one of the core values, soft skills that you need to learn if you don't read it yet. So you need to learn about this, how to speak the right way and take the right opportunities by knowing to speak at the right manner and knowing what to speak as well to your potential clients. And then we have warm calling. Warm calling is just the opposite of cold calling. Cold calling is totally when you don't know people at all. It's just totally strangers, and you make calls. This is part of what we do in telemarketing company. But here is what warm calling is all about. So high growth firms are having particular success with so-called warm calling. So unlike cold calls, which are a low yield numbers game, warm calls deliver frequent and better quality results. So it's just the opposite of cold calls, meaning that you know who you're calling, you know who you're selling your brand. There's a target market that you're selling to. So a warm prospect is one who not only knows of your firm, but has been exposed to your thought leadership. So usually through digital channels like website, social media, or email marketing, through offline techniques such as speaking engagements or books can also build engagement offline. So some firms even use the call itself as an opportunity to offer the prospect a piece of valuable content to make their expertise more tangible. And then we have the fifth one is demos. It's the consultation, so the demonstration. So it's like live personal demos and consultations provide a direct connection between buyer and the seller. So as a result, they are one of the most effective bottom of the funnel tools of any kind. So for the first time, a prospect can directly experience the firm's expertise and or product. But these activities work best when they're set up by prior marketing interactions. And when it comes to online digital branding, number one, you need to understand your value. That is number one rule. Understand your value. If you don't understand your value, everything is a flunk. You don't know the direction. You don't know the direction, everything will be a disaster. So make sure you understand your value and what you can offer. Contrary to what some direct response marketers might think, investing in your brand online is not just about spending money on the brand. Instead, it's about building an entity that will resonate with your customers and keep them coming back again and again. So even when there's no deal or promotion to entice them, not only will building your brand online go a long way to boost awareness and build your reputation, but the more people are invested in your brand, the greater the chances are that they will actively seek out and remain loyal. So, given that, direct response marketers need to recognize that online branding should be a priority as it can help you achieve your goals by driving incremental revenue for your business. So, in short, if you want to grow your business online, you first need to grow your own personal brand. Number one rule, value understanding. So once you understand that, you're good to go to the next one. Or the second one is researching your audience. I will tell this to my students everywhere. When you research your audience, you understand their needs and their niche. Each and every one of your potential clients, you need to have a personal bond to it so that you understand them. To build your brand online, you must first have a clear understanding of your audience, especially before you begin cheating content, strategies, and communication plans. So, fortunately, there are plenty of tools out there that can help you identify your target audience. Then the third one is giving your brand a voice. So, when it comes to digitalizing, when it comes to technology, your brand is no longer it's just a brand. You can give your voice. You can give a brand to the voice. When you give voice to the brand, it gives more personality. It gives more life to it. So based on your research, determine what your audience wants to hear and what message you want to put forward, what message you want to portray. This will form the foundation for your brand's voice. But in doing so, you keep the following in mind: that have an open mind and consider all ideas when creating content. Speak with your audience, not at them, as people respond better to a conversation that relates to them and engage them. So being consistent in your messaging as people look for consistency in a brand. The fourth one is balancing your media mix. You work to build your brand through multiple channels. So use display and content networks to build your brand through repetitions and get your ads out in front of your target audience using behavioral targeting, site-specific targeting, and re-messaging. So from an organic search perspective, make sure that your brand name and messaging is consistent in your title tags and your meta description. So this is hardcore value. Hashtags really work these days. So this is part of your branding when it comes to digital, when it comes to online. In addition, be sure that your messaging is consistent with your brand voice throughout your various channels. Include paid search, sponsored paid search. Nowadays we have TikTok. TikTok users have been making a lot of businesses today with just doing live. So by creating consistent messaging throughout the buying cycle, you allow consumers to continually recognize and recall your brand. So this will make you the clear choice when customers are ready to make a purchase. And the fifth one is planning your social media integration. Like I said earlier on, your social media is your online resume where people can search for you. There, everything you need to know is just A to Z. It's all there. It's an open book. You're an open book. Everybody can see you. So what do you want a brand to say or do online? So what types of interactions do you want your consumers to have with your businesses? Is Facebook right for you? Twitter, you may not have all the answers, but a little research should help you understand where your audience is and how to interact with them. You start by listening and seeing who is talking about your brand. You need to know your target market. Who are your loyal customers? What are their age range? So that you understand them better and how to give the perfect and the best service and what your customers wants and needs, and you can deliver it to them successfully. So this is one of the important ways that you need to understand. So start by listening and seeing who is talking about your brand. If no one is, then start the conversation. But remember, if it's a conversation leading to interaction, not a means to force a message on consumers. Your brand will be on the path to grow in popularity online in no time if you remember to treat social media as a conversation. The sixth one is building up your reputation online. So how do we do that? Like there's a lot of people, especially my clients, they ask these questions. How do I build my personal recognition? Like, how do I get people to write more about me on articles? Sometimes when people say that, oh, I have a verified blue tick on Instagram, meaning that I have article written about me. So how do I get the blue tick? Do I need to be a somebody? Do I need to be a public figure in order for me to be verified on Instagram? Well, not necessarily. You don't need to be a celebrity. You don't need to be a public figure. All you need to have is just articles written about you and you exist. When you exist, there are ways to get verified easily. So building a reputation online is similar to a networking breakfast, but it's not as easy and it takes more time. First, it's important to have a clearly defined strategy for reaching your audience. And next, you need to identify the tactics you will use in the process. For instance, be sure to leverage any existing offline partnerships you have in order to grow your reputation online. And doing so will not only help build links pointing back to your website, but can also enhance your organic search presence. So overall, the more prevalent your brand becomes in the mind of your reputable peers, the stronger your reputation will grow online. So that's just how it is. Step by step, you're getting there in the right direction. And now let's take a look at our social media and online presence. I want all of you to study your social media and your LinkedIn profile and just see how active you are and what kind of post do you post to make sure the social integration is there. Make sure that what you post on your LinkedIn and on your Instagram and any social media at all portray what kind of services and what kind of businessman, what kind of services that you do. It portrays and it equivalent and it's parallel on what you do. So, like I said in the beginning, profile, image branding, and personal branding, it has to be 50-50. It has to be aligned together. So people will have more trust in having a business or doing a business or even investing in you. So this is what are the few things that you need to have. So how do you align online presence to offline brand? Okay, the first of all, make sure how you carry yourself in real life match your profile on social media. So this is very, 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 very important. Like I said, if you're active on social media and you're also active conventional physical way. So that will align. And then make sure your concept and ideology match what you post on social media. If not, you are not successfully selling yourself online. If you don't match your ideology and concept, where physically you are more towards this kind of person and online you are more to different kind of concept, so it doesn't match. So your people or your customers, potential clientele might get mixed up and they might get confused. When they're confused and the confidence is not there, and they will start thinking and contemplate to do business with you, whether this brand is strong, whether this brand is really, really secure enough for me to invest or for me to have a business with. So be careful with that. And then make sure you don't post unnecessary things that can tarnish or jeopardize your image. Okay, make sure that you only post anything that's relatable to what you do only. So this is the B2B content marketing tactic usage. Social media content other than blogs is 93%. Case studies, we have 82%. And then we have blogs, 81%. E-newsletters, 81%. In-person events, we have 81%. Articles on website, 79%. Videos, 79%. Illustration, photos, 76%. White papers, 71%. Infographics, 67%. Webinar or webcast, 66%. And online presentations is 65%. So these are the B2B content marketing tactic usage. So in proper way to boost your brand, so I'm going to show you 7 strategies to increase your brand visibility in a digital world. Okay, so number 1, you need to have an effective personalized responses to social media engagement. Okay, and then the second one is ensure consistency on content and post frequently. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I think there's something wrong with my slide there. You can't see number third one. Oh, okay. It's all right then. We just jump to the fifth one. Maximizing the use of visual content to boost sharing. And the sixth one is use guest blogging to showcase your stories. And then let me move this. And then the seventh one is offer actionable advice to potential customers. So these are the top seven online visibility for creating your brand awareness in a digital world. So here are a few techniques that you can use to add value to your online brand visibility campaigns. So I want you to read through this and try to adapt and apply everything and just see the differences, what you do on your digital brand. So I'm just going to give you a very quick example of what strong and weak brands on digital branding. Okay, for example, number one is high awareness. A strong brand has high awareness. You target your audience knows who you are. And for a weak brand, very secure, zero to low awareness, you struggle to connect with your target audience. And a strong brand has strategic alignment. Your brand reflects your culture and vision. While strategic mismatch, your brand doesn't align with your vision and culture. So a strong brand has a clear message. People know exactly what you do and what you serve, while the weak brand, people struggle or they're kind of confused with what you're doing, who you serve. Okay. And distinctive image, your brand image is unique and memorable, while generic image, your brand image is easily confused with others. And loyal customers are raving fans who regularly refer others. This is a very good one. Power of referral. Like I said, one, people are very satisfied of you, they will refer you to someone else. So when loyal customers have you and they're satisfied with your service, they will just refer you to people right away. And then these loyal customers rarely come back or refer others to you. Enthusiastic team, your employees are your biggest advocates. While the indifferent team, your team isn't excited to even wear or promote your logo. There must be something wrong somewhere. And then consistent image, consistent usage. Branding is used consistent across all company channels, while a weak brand is inconsistent usage. Branding is not used uniformly and across all company channels. So these are just some of the examples that I can give you of what a strong and weak. Now we're going to find your style and strengths. Okay, these are the common leadership styles that you know. Okay, we have coach, visionary, servant, autocratic, laissez-faire or hands-off, autocratic and delegatory, democratic, and pace setter, transformational, transactional, and bureaucratic. So these are the common leadership styles. You can even adapt and bring all these values into your digital brand as well. So I'm trying to keep up with the time. I only have like 15 to 20 minutes. So I don't want to be exceeding than 20 minutes. And I don't want to be less than 50 minutes. So counting my clock right now. So which one are you? So we have this TICS, we have a dominance, we have conscientiousness, we have influence, and we have steadiness. So I believe understanding this chart, I want you to go back and do a research on Google. Understanding this will make it easier for you to understand what kind of brand, how to sell yourself online on a digital world. So we have dominance, where we have a mix up between dominance and influence. We have a mixed up between dominance and conscientiousness. We have a mixed up of steadiness and influence. So you need to study this yourself. And if I wanted to tell you one by one, we're not going to have enough time today. So make sure that you study this chart so that you can understand yourself better, understand your strengths and weaknesses, in order for you to know what kind of brand and how can you severe your digital brand online. All right. So creating a powerful persona and reputation on digital world, it doesn't take much. First, we need to take a personality test in order for you to create a powerful online digital brand. So this is part of my interesting way. So you know this. I mean, everybody knows this. We have extrovert, we have introvert, we have sensing, we have intuition, thinking, feeling, judging, perceiving. So this is also a chart, a personality test. So for me, for myself, I am an extrovert, so I'm an E, and then I'm an and I'm an S. I don't really go on my guts. I don't really go on my intuition. So I'm more on sensing. So it's ES. And I'm more of a thinking person than feeling, because if you were to listen to your feelings more, it's going to be emotionally valued. So if everything is emotionally based, sometimes it can get you to disheartening. So make sure that everything is just 50-50. Thinking and feeling is equally small. As a person, personally, I think I'm more on the thinking side. So it's ESTP. So I'm more of ESTP. So understand that value and then read it through the test so you can understand how to sell yourself in the digital world. So you can see the results here. I'm sure that everybody has gone through all these shots and they understand. So for instance, INTJ, the architect, imaginative strategic planners. We have INTP, the logician. So it's of all the traits, we have our own personality, so that we can understand our own strengths and weakness, opportunities and threats, and understand our values more. Like I said earlier on, in order for you to sell your brand, you need to understand yourself and understand your own values. You can sell yourself better after understanding what kind of elements you can put into and serve people. So creating a powerful persona and reputation, 5 steps online to digital world. The fifth one. Okay, so all this, there are more than 5 actually, but I'm just going to give you the 5 main steps to maintain a positive online digital brand. Okay, the step 1, you're focusing only on your brand. Okay, I know there's a lot of rival companies, a lot of competition online, but do not put your focus too much on them, but rather put the focus on yourself and how to grow yourself. Okay, the grass is always greener on your end than the other places. So make sure you focus on your brand. Maintaining a positive online reputation starts with developing a strong brand that stands for your core values and mission statement. And step 2, access your current search engine results. I have told this to people that make sure that you Google yourself. Have anyone Google themselves yet? I don't think that anyone have not Googled themselves in this era. I mean, I myself have Googled myself at least once a week to make sure that there's a new article written about me, to make sure that what do people have to say about me? Maybe there's an interview that I missed out. So make sure that you access your current search engine result. Make sure it's the latest one, or on the unwanted, unnecessary news that might, jeopardize your reputation. You might want to get rid of that, right? So make sure that you regularly access your current search engine results. You start by simply Googling yourself or your company and take note of what comes up and whether your search results are more positive or more negative. Okay. And then step 3 is monitoring your search result. Keep a careful watch on what is being said about you online. So there are plenty of tools available to monitor your online reputation. The fourth one is responding to comments, reviews, and other mentions. So respond to comments whether they are positive or negative. If you are receiving an influx of negative reviews, work to improve the problem to avoid repeating it in the future. So make sure that you are open to constructive criticism, and you're not the kind of person who's just going to take it personally and lash out on people as comments, negative comments on you. You're just going to lash out. That's not the right way for you to, master your online digital brand if you can't even take constructive criticism. So make sure you have an open mind about that. Okay. After all, they're just going to make you even wiser person at the end of the day. Okay. And the fifth one is create positive content. I've said it again. I've said it before. I've said it again. I'm going to say it again a million times. A brand, offline, digital, be it whatnot, you need to have a creative, positive content. Okay, if it's negative, nobody wants to do business with you, my friend. So make sure you create positive content. Focus on the channels you control, your website, the blogs, social media pages, to work your content into search results. So all of this will come to your digital assets. Your brand is one of the digital assets that you can sell. It's not just Bitcoins. It's not just money. It's not just something that you can cash out. But your own brand is one of the ways, one of the ways for you to sell, it's an asset for you. That is your online asset, digital asset that you can sell to people online. And there's nothing more worthy than your own self. So, which is why I categorize this topic in a digital asset category. So now we go for the power of collaboration. The collaboration is very, very strong. You collaborate with people and everything else is just history. When you collaborate with someone, it means people have heard of you and they will refer you to someone else. When you do this, there's potential that your online digital brand has secured more placements online, right? So the benefits of co-branding or complementary partnerships. Of course, number one, you have shared resources online. Okay, and then it reduces costs on hands and higher margins. And then branding boosts, especially if both the brands are renowned. Okay, shared risk, all the risk is not borne by one brand. And then you have better sales and customer relations, additional expertise. Financing becomes easier as two brands are intertwined. And then you have potential new customers because of the collaboration. So you have both ways. You can go both ways. So people heard about you more and the engagement is more. So this is why the benefits of co-branding and partnerships and collaboration in digital world, in digital brand will make it or break it. So make sure that you do it the right way. All the steps are here to help you understand more how you can master your digital brand online. And then the 5 proven steps to successfully collaborate with brands. Of course, we have to ensure brands that can find you easily. All right. Start to engage with brands by tagging them when you create new content online. Also use hashtags with between 50 or 500,000 users with posting, for example, something that is in trend. So make sure when you do a trend, when you post up, make sure that you use a hashtag which is in trend. Okay, so also be sure to like, comment, and share their content as well. And discover the right brands to pitch to. Use Instagram to find brands that you admire and look at the suggestions for you. Drop down to see who else that Instagram or other social media suggests. So you'll discover new brands to pitch to. Excuse me. And then you get feedbacks from brands that you work with. If you reach out to a brand and you don't get the opportunity to work with them, right away, ask for a feedback. Okay, there's nothing to lose if you go right approach them. I'm the kind of person I always approach people. So what do you do typically? You look for bloggers or influencers. Is there a certain time of the year when they finalize their marketing budget? So make sure you understand all this. And then you make contact with brands that you love. Find the email and name of someone who works at the brand. So your pitch email should start with an intro, follow up with social media stats, and lead your idea and how to promote them and why the partnership would benefit them, and end with your contact info. So I would suggest start today. Do not be scared. It's just your digital brand. So don't be scared. I mean, everyone starts somewhere. If some of you are having a better physical brand conventional way, so it's time to adjust and adapt. Since the word today is adapt, we are in adapt convention, so this is in the era that we adapt to the new technology. So we need to adapt in the new digital world where you can sell much more, when you can produce much more and you profit much more and make income and make acquaintances, make clients. Everything is just at the end of your fingertips. So we are so thankful of the technology and the digital world that your brand has no limits. Even the sky has no limits these days with a digital brand. So fully utilize it and make full use. And who knows, the sky is the limit. Just soar, and you never know what opportunities are there for you. Am I right? So start somewhere. So I think I'm almost finished. So these are the extras for all the audience that are with me and throughout the journey that I've been speaking about how to master your digital brand or digitalization on branding. So the extra tasks that I have all of you for the audience today that have been a very good sport. Collaborate with another brand or another project online to improve on your visibility on your digital world. So make sure that you collaborate. Like I said earlier, co-partnership, refer people, collaborate from brand to brand online, and approach them for a bigger and widened scope of visibility of your brand. In order for you to master your digital brand, you need to have all these steps that I mentioned from the first slide to end of it. So I guess about it. I hope that I have shared some fruitful info and tips for all of the audience today. And I would like to thank the organizers of Adapt Convention again for having me as one of the respective speaker. And once again, my name is Arzmi Hagreaves, and it's been a pleasure to talk about digitalization on branding. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Hi guys, welcome. My name is Vimal. First of all, I'd like to thank EDUP for inviting me over. So today I'll be given the opportunity to share my opinion about a very trending topic, which is cryptocurrencies. Is it the future of the payment? All right. A little bit about myself. My name is Vimal Silvermoney. I'm the co-founder of Cryptobillies, which is a e-commerce store based on crypto. I will be running by more about it later. Personally, I'm a front-end web developer and I'm an e-commerce builder. I also have a HRDF speaker in web development and in e-commerce. And naturally, I'm an enthusiast in cryptocurrency and blockchain. So, what is CryptoBellies, you may ask? So, CryptoBellies basically uh, it's a brand that we are forming in the community that is a social club for all crypto lovers. Primarily speaking, we are an e-commerce store that is based out of the necessity of the cryptocurrency industry, where we have swags, a lot of merchandising, wallets, hardware wallets, which is very much essential in the crypto ecosystem, where we represent 6 to 7 of the world's biggest brands such as Ledger, Cool Wallet, Elipel, Trezor, SafePal, and so on, and also community, where we do represent Malaysia to start with, where we build communities and we also have brand engagement to ensure that the growth of the crypto community in Malaysia is very widespread and is given the right information to the people. So one of the two biggest thing that we have noted, we are just about 2 years old right here in Malaysia. So for the past 2 years, we have been nominated as one of the unique and fastest growing e-commerce brand by SIDEC, which is the Selangor Development Board, Economic Development Board. So this year as well, we are proud to say that 2 years in a row, we have been given the Merchant Award for it. So let's go straight to today's topic, what I'm here for, payments. So let's start to say what is payments to begin with. So the basic definition of payments is basically a voluntary tender of money or equivalent of things from one party to another party for the service that they have rendered, correct? So which means if I've done something to you, you owe me a payment, and then that is where you constitute it as payment. So there are many types or method that a payment can be transferred. All right. So we all know the most famous one, which is cash, which if history were to be begin, it's there. It's been there since the 11th century by the Chinese emperors back then. And then you have check, which is more of a paper which guarantees you the payment, which involves banking ecosystem to come in. And then moving forward, obviously, we saw the growth of plastic cards, all right, money cards, which started with the credit card and then eventually the debit card. And furthermore, down the line towards the 2000s, we started having mobile payments, where the development of apps and e-money enable people to transfer money via the use of mobile phone. And then we also have what is known as electronic bank transfer, which theoretically speaking has been around for ages, but it has gone into leaps and bounds of technology only during the 80s, primarily due to the boom of the internet. All right. And then we arrive at where we are going to be talking a lot of things today, which is cryptocurrency. So is it the future of payments? Where does it go? And where are we right now? So let's see, first of all, what constitutes as a good payment requirement. What is considered as a good payment method or good requirement? There are many out there, but I would just like to pinpoint a few here. So number one, obviously, is the trust and safety of it. All right. So because payments, it involves monetary value, there need to be trust and safety between the payer and the payee, or in this case, the merchant and the supplier, the merchant and the buyer. All right. Speed. So obviously, all of us would like to have speed in our payment from receiving and also giving. All right. And then you have fees, which is a very important thing here, where if there are intermediaries involved in these payment systems, there are fees involved due to the service that they're offering. So the lower the fees is, I'm sure it will be beneficial to the sender, or also there's a lower service fee for the merchant side of it. They'll be happy to accept the payment. All right. And one thing we should not discount out is also the ease of execution. Um, Honestly speaking, current methods of payments are quite easy. If it's cash, all you need to do is have cash in your hand. You can pay it over the counter. Where you have credit card or debit card, it's just a matter of tapping it. And then bank transfer is about logging into your internet. You can just log in, make a few transfers, and it's good to go. Another thing that a lot of people that it happens in the background that you don't look is basically a double spending elimination. So basically, what is important when a payment happens or a transfer of money happens is we have to ensure that that money is not reused again. All right. So that is where the double spending elimination comes in. So what I'm trying to say basically is if I have a 100 ringgit note and I were to pass it over to a merchant due to his service, that 100 ringgit note must be moved from me to that person. Not only the value, but it has to be moved. So there's a lot of topics around this because currently when you see payment methods that uses database based record keeping, all right, monetary values are added through a database, which are kept recorded through a database. So the primary question is what will happen if this database is hacked, or what happens if this database is not well guarded. All right. So theoretically speaking, anyone with control of access of this database can print money or add value or remove value without affecting the outcome of it. So which is something that is really bad, that we don't want it to happen. So therefore all payment methods must have a very good system in place to eliminate double spending. So as the slides here, you can see pretty much these are the most of the payment methods or payment providers that is in the world right now. Most of it is available here as well in Malaysia. So as you can see, primarily is Visa, Master, and so on and so forth. Slowly, we are having the adaptation of cryptocurrency. Obviously, it started with Bitcoin being accepted, and then a whole slew of other cryptocurrencies as well. All right. So cryptocurrencies as payment per se. So let's see how it all started. Earlier, I think we have explained about the timeline for the method of payments, where you have cash that have even started in the 11th century, so on and so forth. So as far as cryptocurrency to begin as a payment, uh, the history goes actually in a fun way rather, where the first ever Bitcoin payment, which financial payment that can be considered as a transfer of money, was actually done on May 25th, 2010, which is widely known as the Bitcoin Pizza Day. All right. So a good gentleman named Laszlo, what he did was he transferred 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas for 25 USD. So theoretically speaking, that was the first method of payment that was done via cryptocurrency. In return, it also gave value for Bitcoin at that particular point of time, which is 10,000 Bitcoin was equivalent to 25 US dollars. So that started the entire acceptance of cryptocurrency as payments, where people put their value towards the cryptocurrency, and you have two parties accepting that they are transferring value, which is meaning of payments between two parties. All right. And then slowly there was slight growth towards it. All right. So then you saw the adaptation of Litecoin, which is basically a fork out of Bitcoin, because you have a community that felt Bitcoin, although it's being cool and good and all that, it has some shortcomings when it comes to payment. Primarily speaking, it is slower. All right. Um, and the technology itself was kind of old comparatively. So he came up with Litecoin, where you have a faster transaction time. cheaper fees, and so on. Which the idea of Litecoin was to make it as a payment method. All right. And then move a few more years later, you have something what is known like a Ripple network, which is quite a famous payment cryptocurrency payment technology that is available right now. Um, Obviously, there are a lot of banks that are utilizing Ripple network at the back. Most of you might know Ripple as the token that is being represented by, which is XRP, but the technology behind it, which is the Ripple network, which is also used by banks to ensure that international transaction and remittance move fast and swiftly. In fact, even our local banks such as CIMB utilizes Ripple network. So these are the, I would say, the timeline of development of accepting cryptocurrencies as payment or as a transfer method. But let's see what is stopping them for widespread adoption. All right. So crypto itself has a few limitations, let it be technological or regulatory roadblocks. So number one is obviously volatility. All right. So price itself, Bitcoin price or cryptocurrency price are very volatile to begin with. So hence, it's not a right form of method to be used as a payment. All right. So number two, which is obviously tightly tied to the next point, which is it is still a speculative asset. So which means speaking, if you have a Bitcoin right now, or if you have some Bitcoin right now, or Ethereum, or any other form of cryptocurrency, you rather keep it as a speculative asset because you expect the price to double or triple in the future to have it as a saving. So not many people would like to use it as a form of payment to purchase services or goods and so on and so forth. All right. The next thing is the technical knowledge. There is a very steep technical knowledge curve for cryptocurrency to be adopted. The usage of cryptocurrency is basic itself. So, for example, one of the most basic requirement for you to enter cryptocurrency is the use of wallets. All right. Um, Although the ability to create a wallet has become easier over time, it is still comparatively hard uh, compared to a normal e-wallet, which you just need to download and key in your details, right? Whereas in the crypto side of it, the crypto wallet, you do have you need to know what is your secret key, your private key, your public key, so on and so forth. So there is a steep knowledge needed, which hinders a good adaptation of to use cryptocurrency as payment. Another thing is merchant acceptance. So we in CryptoBliss as well, we do accept a very small amount of crypto payments that is coming to us. We do have our own payment gateway that we accept crypto as payments for our services and of our goods. So merchant acceptance is where the merchant should understand what is cryptocurrency first of all in order to accept crypto. All right. So which means there is a roadblock for merchant to accept crypto as a payment. There's also a technological accept limitation to accept because they do need to have the right service or the right solution in order to receive these assets. All right. The next two things you go are kind of hand in hand, which is taxation and regulatory. Obviously, there's a lot of countries that are beginning to adopt crypto as form of payments, or even in some countries they accept it as a legitimate currency itself. And then you also have the taxation authority of these countries preparing their own framework of how do you report transactions, or how do you declare taxes, and so on and so forth. In fact, as early as a month back or 3 weeks back, our very own LHDN did come up with their own framework on how do you declare crypto payments as part of a taxation. In fact, either whether you're holding it as an asset or even if you use it as payments. All right. The next one is a very important thing that I'd like to highlight here is basically the financial circular flow. So, what is a financial circular flow? Basically, like how we go in current the current native financial circular flow is where somebody earns the money. All right, they earn money and then they spend it back to service or to goods, and the money will flow in the circulation, which means the user will pass the money to the supplier will probably spend some money to buy new goods, and then it comes back into a circle where the user needs to earn some money and so on and so forth. So whereas in the crypto circle, This financial circular flow, I feel it is not complete, all right, where earnings, especially the first part of this entire circle, which is the earnings, is not widely adopted yet. Although we do have heard about people are being paid in crypto or being partially paid in crypto, this is something that is very new, and is, I would still consider it to be in an experimental stage. So therefore, when people don't earn in crypto, they can't spend in crypto. And then that also ties back to the earlier point where even they do earn in crypto, they still keep it as a speculative asset because they want their value to go higher. So that literally stops the financial circular flow in order to adapt cryptocurrency as a form of payment. And the last and most, I think the most strong one here is the mentality. So there is being a new form of financial asset. Crypto itself is something that day to day it's undergoing adaptation, acceptance, and all these words by the community. So it will take some time for people, first of all, to understand crypto, to adapt crypto before it is part of a financial circular flow, which in return will complete the flow, and then they will accept crypto as a form of payment. So all these, I feel it is a certain level of roadblocks, but nevertheless, I think most of these have been discussed at a very high level, and they're slowly being reduced as a roadblock, which will obviously will pave way for crypto adaptation or crypto payments adaptation to be accepted widely soon. So on the hindsight of it, let's see what are the adaptation advantages if people choose to have cryptocurrency as a form of payment. So number one is speed. All right. So as you know, the underlying technology of any form of crypto is the blockchain, where they do vary among the technology stacks of each of these blockchain, but most of them have speed. You're talking about seconds, if not minutes, as worse. All right. So uh, compared to local our regular our current financial flow system, this speed is very fast. So therefore, there is one major advantage when it comes to payment, because as I've said previously, one of the requirement of a good form of payment is speed. Second, and most importantly, is reduced fees and foreign exchange costs. Okay, let's look at this, because almost all of current payment systems, they have an intermediary service. So where you have companies like Master or Visa, or on an international transfer, you have what is known as a SWIFT. So they act like a middleman, where they act like a middleman, where they are guaranteeing this payment between two parties. So in order to give this service, obviously they do have a service charge, and there is a fluctuation of FX costs in between. So these costs, I think we have seen it vary anywhere between 2 to 4%, even upwards of to 20%. Any good payments, let it be the buyer or a receiver, you would like to have this reduced. All right. So in cryptocurrency, you are technically removing the middleman, or you're removing the intermediary parties, where this transaction can go directly from the buyer all the way to the seller, and all you need to pay for is theoretically only the gas or the network fee that is incurred based on the technology that you use. So, for example, if you're using the Ripple network to make payment, it's almost negligible. All right. Same thing goes with Litecoin. So obviously, it depends on which particular cryptocurrency that is will be adopted moving forward. There might be some new technologies coming forward, which the cryptocurrency side is growing. These fees and FX costs will definitely be tremendously reduced moving forward. The third one is technological leap. All right. So as we all know, technology is something that grows not by the year or not by the month. It's probably growing by the hour. So with newer technology being introduced, with better technology being introduced, there will be more solutions available in order to adapt cryptocurrency as a payment. A simple thing can be noted: a few years back, you don't have any front end interface, or you don't have any apps to accept crypto as a payment, whereas it's just as basic as two different wallet address, and then you need to send the payment from wallet A to wallet B. Although that does the job, but through technology, we are able to have applications and applications on mobile or applications on website that will enable public to utilize to just download these, install these apps or install these solutions on their PC, which will enable the payment to look much more smooth. So you have a front end where you can have a good price display, for example. You have the ability for merchants to control the fees and so on and so forth. So this thing is something important. Regulatory, okay, if you have seen, I've noted regulatory both as a roadblock and as an advantage, right? Because what I'm saying is, although it is a roadblock to begin with, there is also regulatory in certain countries that are moving really forward, that are accepting cryptocurrency as part of their ecosystem, where frameworks are being developed, where rules and regulations are being developed across it. In fact, right now, as you speak, even in Malaysia, I would believe the government or the regulatory bodies are doing such a great job in order to have a framework around it, which will further propel the adaptation of cryptocurrency, and in return, to use it as a method of crypto payment. uh, okay, the other two I would say is basically where the security itself comes in, and tracking and tracing. So all this is basically down to the, as I said, the underlying technology of cryptocurrency, which is the blockchain. So very easily put, I think blockchain by itself has the ability to have track traceability and tracking. So where people, you'll be able to track your payments, you'll be able to track the sender, receiver, so on and so forth. And as far as security, where, as I mentioned earlier, it is not something that is stored in a centralized database where something can go lost or you can add on value to it, and so on and so forth. So these two things is basically at the bottom layer, where as far as a normal user is concerned, probably you won't see that happening, which is good, because all you need to do is just experience the rest of it as speed, reduce fees, and so on, where you'll just experience this and let the blockchain layer at the bottom take care of the other two parts of it. Okay, so a simple example, as you can see, there are some early adaptation that's already ongoing. I would personally call them experiments right now, because although this news is good to be heard in the crypto industry, they are still experiments, as they themselves are probably studying customer behavior, and they are understanding how the ecosystem of cryptocurrency itself works. So to name a few is, obviously, you have seen recently, Google has selected the exchange Coinbase as a provider for their payment methods. Apple is in talks to have crypto payments by end of the year. And obviously, Tesla is famous with his founder, Elon Musk, to have accepted Dogecoin. And we also have giants such as PayPal and Microsoft to adopt cryptocurrencies. So this will just further propel the adaptation, where, as far as the normal and regular users are concerned, when they hear big names are getting involved with it, they do know that these guys have spent money, they have researched about it, and they probably feel it's the right time to move on to introduce cryptocurrency as part of their payment as well. Uh, Although all that said and done, I would say these are all in experiment stages, because we also have heard them removing or adding on the services as time move on, and so on. So where are we heading here from now? So I would honestly say it. We are in the early stage of the growth, because as you can see, let's take for example the US itself as a comparison factor, because as you know, US probably has the highest rate of crypto adopters in the world. So reason numbers, and these numbers are all just available on the websites. As you can compare what is on the right and left, you can see clearly crypto is a very early stage. In fact, they're just expecting over 5.5 over 5 million plus users to be using crypto as form of payment over the next year. Whereas if you're talking about your regular mobile transfer, that means using NFC, Visa, and so on, you're looking the numbers to be in the hundreds of million. So, but although that's said and done, this is a good sign, because everything needs to start somewhere. The adaptation curve is growing. So personally feel you can see these numbers doubling up or tripling up over the years as the technology leap itself follows on through. All right. So one more bigger thing that you need to see is crypto payments itself. It is not a singular party involvement. All right. So it is a whole set of ecosystem that is need to be built, or is being built behind this. To start with, what do we see on the top end is just two different parties, which is the merchants and the retailers and so on and so forth. But there is a whole set of supporting ecosystem that is being built behind this. All right. So to say a few is, for example, as I said earlier, you have developers who are doing mobile application, web-based application, online systems, so on and so forth. You have crypto custody services who have to enable payment, who manage these assets, for most likely on behalf of the merchants. And then you do have tokenization of cryptocurrency, where you have things like payment tokens being introduced, issuance of new cryptocurrency for the method of payment. And then you have merchant services. So merchant services meaning industry that are onboarding these customers, so you need to have those services up in place. And then you also have the bottom core processing, where you have all the way from your customer onboarding, your adaptation, KYCs, your fiat to crypto processing, your dispute handling, liquidity surviving, and all that. So there are a lot of things below the crypto payment layer itself that you see. All right. So it is not it is not something that as easy as although on the front end is as easy as transferring crypto from party A to party B. But for adaptation to happen, you need all of this to be in place for crypto to be accepted as a payment. So before I part, what will be my personal opinion is we are on the right stage. I think it is being crypto as a payment is being widely accepted right now. But at the same time, we need to have a bigger ecosystem that is being built, or this ecosystem has to be stable before it can be adopted worldwide. Will I see it replace the current payment method? Personally speaking, probably not. I would say it will definitely coexist with the current payment method. It will be a choice of people whether they want to use crypto or the regular payment method. And just to recap, as I said, probably it will take time for cryptocurrency itself to establish itself as a prominent asset before it can be used as a payment. All right. So that would be it for now, for me, from Vimal. Again, my name is Vimal. I'm from CryptoBillies. So let's play our part in order to make crypto adaptation to be something widespread, and hopefully we can see more crypto payments being accepted, like it be as an experiment or probably later on as part of your daily life. All right. So first, I would like to thank Adapt for having me over. Hope to see you guys next year. Thank you. Ciao.
A very good day, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, MDEC, it gives us great pleasure to be part of the ADAPT International Convention 2022, proudly hosted by GUI-IQI. For the third session, third consecutive year, very well done again. I'm really excited to present the topic today. My name is Navin Sinatambi. To give you a brief overview of MDEC. MDEC, we are a government agency under the purview of Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, which is mandated to drive digital transformation across all key economic sectors, definitely including the agriculture sector. Probably some of you will be thinking, why agriculture sector? So that's why I'm about to answer in the presentation today. So stay tuned for very interesting insights, and I can assure you, you will walk away with a big smile on your face with great insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, the topic today is driving digital transformation for the agriculture sector with digital agriculture technology adoption, AgTech in short. Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, now, when was the last you actually visited a farm? Now, if you have actually had an interaction with the farmer, try asking them, "Sir, what are your challenges?" They will actually smile and laugh at you and say, "Look around you. Every single thing in the agriculture sector is a challenge." And true enough, globally, agriculture sector is still perceived as a very traditional sector with the least digital technology adoption. Again, it was a reality. Now it's just a perception, and we are here to change the perception, and it's already happening. Like Joy IQI said, the future of technology is now. Yep. So we have successfully broken down problem statements by four, which includes low productivity, low interest, especially the younger generation. So if you go back home, you have kids, try asking your kids, would you be a farmer when you grow big? They would probably look at you and say, "Are you okay?" Why? Because perceptions are that agriculture sector is 3D, which is dirty, difficult, and dangerous. Yeah. But again, perceptions can not always be right. It can also be wrong, and we are here to prove that wrong. Yeah. The third problem statement, or I would say challenges, is low self-sufficiency. Most of the countries across the world depend on food imports simply because we are not producing enough. And again, last but not least, decreasing GDP contribution, uh, further supported with the effects of COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite sure COVID has taught us many lessons, but the most important lesson that we still press on is digital technology adoption is crucial for you to sustain and scale businesses across. So we have done a lot of pilot projects through initiatives by MDEC. Of the many, one of the initiatives that MDEC actively drives in collaboration with key stakeholders, as you see at the bottom of the screen, Ministry of Communications Multimedia Malaysia, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries Malaysia, Department of Agriculture, and other stakeholders plus ecosystem partners. The name of the program is called E-Ladang in Malay. In English, is Digital Agriculture Technology, AgTech, in short and sweet. Yeah. So we have done projects, and true enough, through projects, we have seen great results. Increase of productivity by over 20%, reduction of operational costs by over 30%, and improvement of income, which is very, very crucial for farmers. Yeah. Now, I know there's a lot of words in here, but ladies and gentlemen, sit back, enjoy the coffee. Let me summarize this for you. So, number one, we work a lot with association of farmers because it's more scalable, it's more sustainable. We understand problem statements from the associations, and then we do projects to address these problem statements in the space of digital tech. Number two, we also work a lot with ecosystem partners, mainly technology providers or system integrators, some of us call it, uh, to provide technology solutions to address problem statements by the farming associations. Next, the third one, we also closely work with the banks because, ladies and gentlemen, as you already are aware of, with technology partners, with associations is alone not enough to drive impact at scale. We need the support from the banks. So we work closely with the banks to provide microfinancing support to farmers who want to adopt digital technology. And true enough, but before COVID, when you go to a farmer across any part of the globe and tell them, "Sir, would you like to use the technology?" He or she is probably going to look up to you and say, "No, I'm good. I have foreign workers. I don't really need systems." But again, that was before. Then came COVID, where there was lockdown periods of life where farmers couldn't go to the farm to control their parameters, water, fertilize, to irrigate, to look at pest control sprayings. All this could not be done, which affected their productivity. Yeah. So now farmers are more acceptive towards using technology, at least in Malaysia. And of course, I'm very sure throughout the globe too. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the e-Ladang program that MDEC champions together with key stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier, and closely ecosystem partners across the globe is focusing on two things mainly. Number one, we do a lot of pilot projects. You can ask me why. Simple. Pilot projects are the best way to validate whether the solution is cost effective, it's viable, it's sustainable, it's also scalable, right? So that's what we do together with ecosystem partners. We do pilot projects based on the problem statement that farmers tell us. As you know, they are the subject matter expert in this space at least. Yeah. Second factor that we actively drive is called the digital agtech labs. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, if I give a farmer a drone and tell him or her, fly the drone, he's going to look up to you and say, I don't know, which is fair, right? That's why the crucial element here is talent upskilling and reskilling, because we train farmers on how to use or how to adapt these digital ag tech solutions through the digital ag tech labs. It also gives me great pride to share that so far in Malaysia since 2018, we have championed over 20 pilot projects completed and over 2,000 farmers trained. Is that enough? Not really. It is definitely a good start, but the journey is there. The journey is for us to move forward, upwards and forward. So there are more ongoing pilot projects now, together with stakeholders across the three subsectors of agriculture in Malaysia, which covers farming slash plantation, number two, fisheries, number three, livestock. Four very simple expected outcomes that you see below. So again, if we go to a farmer and say, sir, would you like to use technology? He's going to ask you three questions. Number one, what's the cost? Number two, what is the return of investment? Number three, how much of productivity or income increment am I looking at? Which is fine, which is a very valid question, which is exactly the key expected outcome that we are focusing on. Using technology such as Internet of Things, big data analytics, and the focus today here on this call is about artificial intelligence. I know that the abbreviation is AI, which I actually simplify further as accuracy and integration. Why accuracy? Because AI can tell the farmer to monitor his farming parameters, which is mainly three, at least to summarize three: fertilizing, irrigation, and also pest controls. Yeah. So AI algorithms or learning algorithms can actually help farmers to accurately manage the farm, because when you accurately manage and control your farm, your productivity goes up. Of course, when your productivity goes up, your income goes up too. Again, when you manage your farm effectively, your cost of operation goes down. So when farmers at scale start using technology, then you're looking at increasing food productivity for the country. Now, why am I stressing the word food productivity here? Right now, the biggest agenda across the globe is all about food security. So, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a further simplified version of what food security means, every single individual around the globe has access to food anytime, anywhere. If any point of time, if you're hungry, you go out there to get food, and if you're not able to access food, that is food security at risk. Yeah. But the fundamental of food security lies on food productivity, and that's what we are trying to increase with digital tech adoption. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have spoken quite a little bit. Now it's time to show you some success stories. So these are the pictures of the actual pilot project deployment which was done in Malaysia across different states. Yeah. So from the top north all the way to the south, west, east, throughout Malaysia, about 20 pilot projects and more ongoing as we speak right now. If you could look at the top, you will actually see the second picture, which has a lot of blue tanks. This is a typical setup of a chili farm in Malaysia. Now, before technology, farmers very traditionally or very manually are required to take one scoop of fertilizer, add it to the black colored tank of water. If you take one scoop, you're also supposed to take the same one scoop from fertilizer tank B. However, as you're already aware of, manual manpower can at times be not accurate, and accuracy can at times also cause productivity to go down. Now, with sensors on the ground, with machine learning algorithms, with real-time data captured through platforms, farmers are now able to know how much to water, how much to irrigate, how much to fertilize, how much to spray, when to water, when to spray, when to harvest, all that. Yeah. So that is one. Number two, so let's talk about chicken poultry. Chicken poultry, on average in Malaysia, after 35 harvest days, the average bird weight is about 1.8 kilo. Now, with technology, artificial intelligence in place, we are able to increase the bird weight up to 2.2 kilo. Now, when you do the math, 2.2 kilo from 1.8 is about 400 grams, right? Now, 400 grams to a Malaysian farmer is about 2 ringgit additional per bird, which in a barn of 50,000, that is an additional income of 100,000 ringgit for the farmer. Same goes to chili. Before technology, they were producing 70% A, 20% grade B, and 10% grade C. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with technology, with AI, IoT, big data, real time data information, farmers are able to increase their income from 3,000 ringgit a month to 5,000 ringgit a month, which is an additional 2,000 ringgit extra per month per acre. How? Through digital technologies. Now, as I mentioned, one of the requirements by the banks who are now more welcoming towards funding digital tech solutions, we have partnership with three banks or four banks, I would happily say: Agrobank, CIMB Islamic, Teraju, Malaysia Development Banks. And these banks are coming forward to actually fund farmers in terms of microfinancing on to adopt digital technology solutions. Yeah. But one of the requirements for the banks is that farmers need to know the how to, which is what we train through the Iladang labs. Now, as I mentioned, 20%, 30%, these are wonderful numbers. But just to reiterate what I said earlier, a chili farmer per se, using technology, is now able to earn 2,000 ringgit extra every month per acre. Now, to a farmer, that's a huge number, right? So, if a farmer can adapt technology and he's able to see improvement of income, productivity, reduction of operational costs, imagine other key economic sectors if they use AI, IoT, or even big data or other technologies per se. And, ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier, this is already happening. It's happening for the past few years. Now it's at scalability where we are encouraging more and more farmers across associations in Malaysia to use validated technology solutions. And with that said, I'm also happy to announce that MDEC, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, was officially appointed as the National Strategic Technology Validator by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries Malaysia, whereby our main role would be to validate, review, and do pilot projects to make sure these systems are feasible, sustainable, and scalable for farmers across Malaysia to go digital, right? And the whole idea is so that collectively as a whole we are able to increase food productivity throughout the nation. So far we have done about 20, which covers chili plantation, pineapple, aquaculture, chicken, poultry, coconut, many ongoing projects as well, including mango plantation, which covers the three subsectors as I mentioned: farming, fisheries, and livestock. More to come. We are always open to cross collaborations because, as you know, food security is the responsibility of everybody, and collectively we can do more across the globe, right? Now, like I said earlier, the key three takeaways for the session today. Number one, ladies and gentlemen, food security is the responsibility of every single individual. So collectively, we can do more. But for that, we need to collaborate more. Number two, so you talk about food security. The fundamental of food security is food productivity. How do you increase that? Through digital technology adoption. These are simple, feasible technology adoptions that gets farmers excited because now they're able to produce more. Now they're able to control and monitor their farms from wherever they are. So we have this term called farming at fingertips. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happening now. And as the organizers clearly said, the future of technology is now. It's already happening. So you either jump on the bandwagon and sail ahead, right? Or you will be left behind. But technology is here to help improve livelihood of the many. Yep. So with that said, thank you so very much for staying tuned with me. But again, the main reason is to get more and more people, whether it's businesses, whether it's organizations, ministries, ecosystem partners, key stakeholders, to adopt digital technology solutions, at least to catalyze the empowerment of these technology solutions so that the many can adopt technology. And a very important slide is actually this, because for us as a government agency to help the many, we need to work with the many too. And the reason why we work with the many, because the main goal is to actually to work for the many, which is improving the livelihood of the many across the nation. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much on behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. Thank you so much. If you wish to know more about the program by MDEC, please feel free to visit our website, which is right down on your screen. Uh, or you feel free to contact us for further details. Because like I said, the third point that I wish to summarize here is cross collaborations across key stakeholders, ecosystem partners across the globe is crucial as we talk about delivering potential impact at scale. Why? Now, when you improve food security, you increase food productivity. This will reduce the country's dependency on food imports, which will actually boost the digital economy of the nation towards what we affirm and proudly say Malaysia Digital. So, thank you so much. Stay tuned for very interesting insights after this, and I look forward to speaking to you all very soon. Take good care. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone! With the awesome lineup of speakers just now and with their interesting topics about the bridge between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0, cryptocurrencies, meta-universe, we have learned so much about the new technologies. We hope you took notes on these great topics covered by these amazing speakers. With that full pack of valuable insights from the professionals, now it's time for us to have a little break. For now, sit back, relax, and rest, and be right back for more awesome speakers during the afternoon session. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
大家好，下面由我来跟大家介绍一下2021海贼男中国游艇市场报告。海贼男中国游艇市场报告呢，我们在2015年开始，每年会做一次，今年已经是第10次了。那么在过去的一年，全球的游艇销售得到了一个很好的一个增长。那么中国游艇市场究竟怎么样呢？我们先来看一下这个报告呢，大概分前年定义游艇、全球游艇市场、中国游艇市场、中国游艇品牌指数和市场投资与法规。我们先看一下，我们做这个报告的前沿呢，实际上来讲是根据现在国际上的游艇的市场和结合国内这2年的一个游艇市场的数据，通过调查和结合我们的数据库来做成了这个一个游艇的市场报告。那么我们要在看游艇市场的时候呢，看游艇数据，我们首先要明白一个呢，就是一个游艇一个定义。因为我们现在在国内的游艇的定义，可能真正海事机的定义跟我们大家平时印象里面的游艇的定义是不一样的。对照国际上的也有很多的不同。例如我们的国家的对游艇的定义呢，实际上是海事机的定义，但我们实际上呢，平时会把局限于在豪华游艇才是游艇。所以有时候在数据上，我们在说游艇的数量的时候，一定要有一个前提的定义。现在大家都在说美国有1600万艘游艇，但实际上这1600万艘游艇，它包括了很多的超级游艇啊、豪华游艇、钓鱼艇，甚至呢，它在它的范围里面 ，model 艇和橡皮艇、皮划艇也都是它的统计的一个数据。所以我们在讲游艇的数据的时候，一定要先说明清楚游艇的全面一个定义。那么过去的一年，全球超级游艇市场在2020年疫情开始发生的时候，实在是下滑很大，但是在从下半年开始，得到一个快速的一个增长。2021年呢，全球的游艇市场销售持续增长，已经是过去12年，也就是说2008年以后，2021年是12年以来的增长最快的一年，并且这个增长的趋势可能会持续到2023年、2024年。再有2个数据，就是说在全球超级游艇的那个排行榜中，我们可以看到2021年下水的游艇超过515艘。这也是过去10年里面单年下水最多的一个年份。2021年的全球超级游艇订单已经超过了1000份。那么在中国游艇的数量究竟有多少呢？我们可以从3个来看。第一个呢，就是根据游艇的定义，我们对照我们的各种数据库，我们保守的估计，现在中国的游艇有4万艘。可能这个数据呢，可能会超过大家的想象，但根据游艇的定义，我们这个数据应该说是比较保守的。这个数据来讲呢，平均每年的增长率大概在25%。那么 另外一个数据是什么？就是说我们看游艇登记的数据，其实上我们在过去跟踪看国家海事局的游艇的登记的数据，实际上差不多就是在7000到8000艘，但是我们在实际的一个游艇登记的数据里面呢，我们看到大概是5000艘。为什么这个5000艘跟7000艘的数据差距那么大？实际上是有些统计方式会有一些不同。那么另外一个数据，我们观察的一个数据是什么？就是在大型游艇港里面停泊的数据，这可能就是我们大家平时印象里面的真正的所谓的游艇的一个定义。现在在大型的游艇港的数据，大概是在31个大型游艇港里面，大概有2800艘。实际上来讲，从数据对照可以看到，大型游艇的增长量是小于小型游艇的增长量。那么我们再看中国游艇市场，我们可以从6个方面来看，一个是中国游艇的制造，第一个是进出口市场，第三个是销售市场，还有一个就是我们的游艇进口的发动机数据，以及休闲用品市场和游艇的租赁市场。那么我们看中国游艇制造，实际上来讲，中国游艇制造究竟有多少家游艇制造厂商，没有太明确的数据，但是有一个大概的数据，就是现在国内能够整艇制造的厂家大概有100家。那这100家里面，其实主要生产的船型是什么？是超级游艇、豪华游艇、小型钓鱼艇、小型帆船。实际上，我们在中国游艇制造里面缺乏的是什么？缺乏的是大型的帆船，豪华的那个钓鱼艇、运动艇跟那个家庭式的游艇。这个是我们现在目前国内游艇制造比较缺乏。那么在出口方面，我们能够出口的是有超级游艇、豪华游艇，还有大型的那个双体帆船跟小型的一个帆船。内销里面，我们现在在中国游艇制造在国内内销主要还是超级游艇、钓鱼艇、小型帆船，还有一部分呢就是用于租赁的。一般的豪华游艇的销售也是有，但是数量不是很多。现在从数据上可以看到，中国游艇制造每年的数据大概有8000艘，豪华游艇这2年里面，20年到21年大概应该有300多艘的一个制造，大型的响尾级的钓鱼艇大概有1400艘，而小型的休闲船艇应该大概有6000多艘。那我们看一下中国游艇市场进出口数据，到2021年的11月份，游艇的进口数据大概是这样，就出口大概有140多万艘，价值大概3.5亿美金，进口呢是大概有5000艘，价值在1.6亿美金。在进出口数据中，我们一般统计的是豪华游艇、娱乐船、帆船跟非动力游船。那么右边这个图呢，我们可以看到2017年到2018年游艇的出口数据的一个增长。这个蓝色呢是出口多少，黄色呢是它的价值。实际上我们可以看到2021年比2020年增长是比较明显的。那么我们看一下那个进口的数据，我们2021年的进口的数据也比2020年的进口的数据有明显的一个增长，因为从国内的市场销售数据也可以看到。那么我们来看一下在国内的游艇的市场里面的一个销售数据，我们统计了是游艇港及周边游艇的数量，这类游艇一般会进行海事的登记，这个数据呢没有包括没有进行海事登记的。根据我们的统计，游艇港游艇的增长速度小于游艇制造的速度，原因是大量高增长小型的游艇它没有停泊在大型游艇港。根据我们的统计，在2021年31家大型游艇港停泊的数据大概是2800艘，比2019年增长了466艘。那么在销售市场数据中，我们统计的是包括中国游艇制造的销售，还有进口游艇的销售。因为有时候各个部门的统计的路径不一样，他们统计的方式不同，所以我们对于国内游艇销售数据可能会出现一个不同的一个统计结果。那我们在谈到游艇销售的数据的时候，必须有一个前提，截止2021年我们的统计里面，游艇港及周边游艇的数量大概是有5000艘，这个数据呢比2019年呢年年增长率是大概是在15%。那么有必要说明一下，上面的5000艘游艇呢，并不是指的是国内游艇的保有量，而是指停泊在100多个大大小小游艇港及周边的游艇的数量，一般是相对比较大的一个游艇。我们可以从另外一个数据看到，作为发动机实际上是游艇制造的一个核心。按我们的定义，每一艘游艇它都必须有一个发动机。那么我们通过过去5年中国进口的游艇发动机来看一下我们中国游艇的制造。因为我们现在在中国制造的游艇 多数还是以进口发动机作为动力系统，国产的发动机呢这点呢也有，但是呢这个比例可能还是比较小一点。我们通过数据的对比可以看到，到2020年的11月，2021年大概进口的游艇超过2.5万台。另外，我们来看一个跟游艇市场销售有关的，就是水上的一个休闲用品。我们跟踪的数据，从2020年到2021年的8月，在这20个月里面，实际上水上休闲用品合计出口大概有2.5亿个，价值呢大概20亿美元。这个数据可能是我们很多人没有想象到的。也就是说，从这个数据可以看到全球在疫情期间水上活动的一个状况。那么我们在国内里面，在这2年我们进口的数据又有多少呢？在2020年到2021年8月，我们进口的数据仅仅是133万个，价值呢大概1373万美元。所以从这2个数据可以看到，国内的水上休闲活动的上升的空间非常巨大。另外一个，在这2年国内的市场里面，可能比较火的还有一个业态，就是一个租赁，特别是在三亚。我们跟踪的数据，从2019年开始，游艇租赁是三亚游艇圈的一个主要的一个业态。在三亚，2021年游艇出海已经超过100万人次，长期用于租赁的游艇超过300艘。如果在夏天呢，全国用于租赁运营的游艇超过500艘。另外呢，大概有超过500艘的帆船也是用于游艇租赁的一个体验方式。目前在国内游艇租赁的模式呢，大概包括有一个豪华游艇的体验式租赁，还有造浪艇、划水运动租赁。另外一个就是企业团建的帆船活动，还有一个是帆船培训体验活动。另外就是在寒假跟暑假，很多帆船企业会举办夏令营、冬令营的这种培训了。所以对比国外来讲，这个产品还是比较单一的。我们再来看一下游艇港，在过去这2年里面，游艇港的增长其实并不多。我们跟踪了泊位超过50个的，并且正常运营的大型游艇港，现在目前国内大概有31个。那么这么31个里面的游艇港呢，它停泊的泊位大概在7100个，停泊的游艇大概2800艘，停泊率大概仅仅是39%。那么我们在以往来讲，我们都在说中国游艇港究竟有多少？其实大大小小统计呢，肯定是超过100个了。但有一些游艇港呢，它并没有正常的运营；有些游艇港呢，其实停泊的游艇的数量又很少，也没有正式的一个经营模式。所以，我们从2021年开始，我们在进行游艇港的经济数据统计中，我们已经不再统计小型的和没有运营的，我们仅仅统计的是超过50个泊位的大型游艇港的一个数据。从这2个表可以看一下，大型游艇港的泊位的分配，实际上来讲最多的也就是在海南跟广东。从4个大的区域里面，我们看到华南区，我们这里的华南区是包括福建，是游艇港泊位最多了。另外一个就是海南区，还有一个就是长三角跟环渤海圈。可以看到的是，主要的大型游艇港还是在南环比较多。刚才我们讲的是游艇的一个市场，那么我们海之蓝在这几年的经验积累中，我们觉得说这个游艇品牌可能跟我们游艇的这市场的活跃度有一个关系，所以我们自己创新了一个海之蓝中国游艇品牌指数。那么这个品牌指数是指什么呢？是指在一段时间里面，该品牌在网络搜索里面一个热度，还有另外一个到我们海之蓝游艇商城的搜索的一个热度。我们把所有品牌的指数合并起来，就是一个游艇的综合指数品牌。那么我们在统计中，我们可以看到，2021年游艇的综合指数年度指数大概是18000多点，比2020年的增长了69%。我们看一下，在2021年这12个里面，游艇品牌的综合指数8月份的综合指数是最高的，其次的另外一个就是10月份跟5月份。这张图里面呢是前10大的游艇品牌的指数，其中呢阿兹姆依然是最多了，前3甲是阿兹姆、巴伐利亚跟海星，还有一个品牌呢进入前10是利瓦。这张图可以看到前面的10大品牌指数它们的增长率，我们可以看到阿兹姆跟利瓦的增长是最高的。谈游艇市场，一定要看游艇的投资跟游艇的法规。那么我们现在可以看到，影响市场发展的游艇法规有哪些？主要是在这几个方面。第一个是游艇制造，游艇制造呢法规跟我们的游艇制造成本和时间，这是有直接上的关系的。 另外一个是游艇的检验。购买游艇后的检验的过程，实际上是影响到船东的使用体验感。另外一个是游艇平时的使用，游艇使用有没有便利性跟舒适感，是影响了游艇使用的一个感觉。另外一个就是游艇的税费，游艇的税关系到购买游艇的成本，所以现在海南呢实行免关税，降低购买游艇的成本，吸引人家购买游艇，这是有很大的吸引力的。另外一个最后来讲，也就是一个市场的监督。我们游艇市场的发展需要一个很好的一个游艇的一个营商环境，所以我们看一下市场投资跟法规。大家如果做投资的话，一定要看这个市场的变化，要看细分市场、细分领域，例如超级游艇，例如小帆船或者是钓鱼艇。另外一个就是法规跟政策，我们要看哪个地方的法规是不是比较明确。另外一个就是很重要的这个营商环境，地方的执法它的可持续性。我们现在可以明显的看到，在游艇市场的营商环境里面，南方跟北方的差距比较大。那这2年最大的一个市场在哪里呢？我们可以看到海南，海南这几年对游艇市场的一个支持，我们可以通过他们在做那个促进条例、做政策支持，可以看得出来。所以我总结一下，我们做游艇市场报告，这主要有2个方面。第一个呢，通过数据来说话，来论证我们的观点；第一个呢，我们对政策的解读来看游艇市场的发展。好，谢谢大家。
am a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I fought the good fight.
I am
the embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. to the 30th National Real Estate Awards. Doris IQI Realty Studio Live. The winner is IQI Realty Studio.
There is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instance is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate, and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions, comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I found the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
am a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I found the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
I change man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I follow the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
there is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instance is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate, and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions. Comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I follow the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. Yeah. from IQI Realty to Nanaha. Top C5 from IQI Realty to Nanaha. Congratulations team, George! Your way from IQI Realty to Nanaha. IQI Realty Sanjay Mahal.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
therefore
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Welcome back. It's me again, your host for Adapt International Convention 2022. First thing first, we'll dive deep in the last panel discussion about the social impact artificial intelligence has on society, featuring the moderator Nicholas Gan, alongside with two other panel speakers, Oliver Tian from Oliver Tian Associates and Navin Sinatambi from Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation Sdn Bhd, MDEC. I hope all of you had a good break because right now, I need you guys to tune up the gears as we resume our journey of empowerment. Are you ready? Let's go!
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Nave, and good afternoon, Oliver. Thank you so much for joining us here today at Adapt Convention 2022. So, today we're going to be having a very interesting topic and something that both of you have a lot of experience in. Now, I'm sure if you were to mention something about artificial intelligence or AI to one of your peers a few years ago, they'll probably say like, Oh yeah, I know AI. Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator, or
Yes.
maybe Optimus Prime from Transformers. Something along the lines that has something to do with robots, right? But that's just so far from the truth of what artificial intelligence is here today. And it's being adapted to so many industries, healthcare, transportation, and finance, and so much more, you know. And we have to acknowledge that artificial intelligence has benefited humans everywhere around the world in social impact as well. So for here today, we're very happy to have both of you to come and share your thoughts on the topic of the social impact artificial intelligence has on its society. Now, before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicholas. I'm a fresh graduate from Multimedia University with a background in human resource management, and I will be the moderator here today. Joining us, we have Mr. Navin Sinatambi, the head of Digital Agriculture Tech, Sectorial Pilots and Drone Tech, Ecosystem Development Division of MDEC. And we have Mr. Oliver Tian joining us from Singapore, the Director of Oliver Tian Associates. Now, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here today. But before we begin the whole session today, let's just introduce, we take a moment to introduce each and every one of you to our audiences. So we can have Mr. Navin, should I go first?
So again, on behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, thank you so much for esteemed organizers ADAP to invite us to speak about AI, the next trend post-pandemic. Yeah. So my name is Navin. I come from a government agency called Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation. We sit under the purview of KCOM, which is Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia. MDEC's main mandate is to drive digital transformation across key economic sectors, focusing on digital transformation towards boosting digital economy. The portfolios I carry would cover three things mainly: would be digital agriculture technology, national projects. Vertical ecosystem covers all sectors, transportation, healthcare, retail, and so on and so forth in the space of IoT, big data, and AI. Last but not least, drone technology. So yes, AI is the big word, but it's no longer a word, it's actually reality. We'll talk about that later.
Awesome. How about you, Mr. Oliver?
Sure. When we talk about AI, actually my passion runs back to school days. When I was in school at the National University of Singapore, I wrote programs using Lisp. And for those who are in that generation, Lisp is one of the languages that's used very widely on AI. Now, of course, we look at Python and TensorFlow and so on and so forth. I built something around natural language. I did things for banks around credit scoring. So spend most of my time with the multinationals, the likes of Hewlett Packard and Accenture. In fact, travel around quite a lot. Did some small startups of my own to look at healthcare, aging population, how we can make a lot of the companion technology more intelligent. So today, I'm with a nonprofit organization called APARA, which stands for Asia Pacific Assistive Robotics Association, and we have membership across the region here, including all the way to UK. So we build an ecosystem of members who are interested, passionate about AI and robotics. More importantly, to how can we make the machine more intelligent to serve us better? And like what Nicholas have just mentioned, right? The AI today is no longer just theory, right? It is in our lives. Sometimes we don't realize it, but it's actually right at the doorsteps, and we are actually using AI already. But of course, that's not the end, and there's still a long journey to go. We should talk about it as we go along in this panel. So back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Yeah, so definitely, AI has come a really long way from something make-believe in sci-fi movies, for sure. So we're getting into the first question of today, and we're just going to be looking into a very general outlook. I'm sure some of our audiences may be fresh like me, coming into this space, trying to learn a little bit more about the tech industry. And the first question I would like to ask both of you is, maybe you can share with us what is the impact of artificial intelligence on people's well-being and the importance of it to our society. So, Mr. Navin?
Sure. For most of us who don't know AI, because we are so used to listening to the buzzword called IoT, Internet of Things, then we moved on or we upgraded to big data analytics. Now the big word which is being realized is actually artificial intelligence. So let's talk about the lowest or the least digitalized sector, which is the agriculture sector. For an example, for a layman perspective. Now, we have a lot of pilot projects through an initiative by MDEC called ILADA, or Digital AgTech, where we do a lot of pilot projects in the space of IoT, big data, and AI. Now, if we focus on AI, farmers can now look at machine learning algorithms which will actually control and monitor their farms from wherever they are. So you talk about farming at fingertips, and it's happening right now in Malaysia. Farmers no longer need to go to the farm or depend on foreign workers. Machine algorithms will tell the farmer when to fertilize, when to irrigate, or even when to spray. All they need to do is just control the algorithms, feed more data so the algorithms are more accurate. That's from a farmer or a people perspective. Now, for a social wise, now, end of the day, when we talk about technology, all we want to do is three things. How can you use technology to increase productivity, increase income slash revenue, and of course, reduce operational costs? And AI can answer all that because we no longer need to depend on human or labor per se. Now, AI is artificial intelligence, but for me, in a layman's perspective, means accuracy and integration. AI gives you accuracy towards all the data that you have that tells you what to do next in the most effective way. Number two, when you say integration, because it integrates a lot of data. These are real-time data. So towards the end, when more and more example farmers adopt AI or in their farming, this will actually reduce imports because you're able to produce more food, and that will boost the national digital economy. I hope I answered half of it. I'll pass it to Oliver to carry on from there.
Right. That's interesting, and that's very nicely put. And of course, when we talk about AI today, everyone's curious. What does it really offer? How does it affect my life? From the association perspective, we like to look at AI not so much the discussion between artificial versus natural intelligence, but we choose to look at AI as an augmented intelligence that will support us human beings and help us become better. In fact, we talk about 0 to 1 and 1 plus. So 0 to 1 as in how can AI help us get to our level of expected outcome. So like very much like what Pavina just said, right? How do you increase accuracy? How do you increase efficiency, productivity, and you name it? We get to a point whereby we have achieved our expected outcome. So AI should be able to help us do that so that we're not short of performance. Now that's 0 to 1. Now 1 plus means, well, AI can actually stretch that further and get you more to achieve a potential level where sometimes we don't expect it to be. And AI should be able to help us get there. So the ability to understand technology, understand AI, and leverage that technology to augment our capability and potential. And that's the power of what AI can do. Of course, when you look at all the Hollywood movies, you look at all these funny machines, these high-tech machines that can do a lot of things and start to kill people. Honestly speaking, I think look upon the positive side where machines can be a joy to work with. We need to know that AI should be applied when the tasks are something that we humans don't want to do, should not do, and perhaps cannot do, right? So in all those aspects itself, it augments our capability and help us become better. So the whole social impact of AI should give us very, very positive returns. In fact, it should assist us and give us a higher quality of life, help us to do things better, and enjoy life as a proper balance, as opposed to the hard work they have to go through because things are long, monotonous, boring, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So at the end of the day, the positive impact of AI should be able to increase our quality of life. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Yeah, I agree with both of the points that Nave and Oliver has mentioned, that we should be looking at how AI is able to support our daily lives. And with a growing older demographic here in Malaysia, I know that the agriculture sector here has a lot of older generation that are still handling the crops as well. And I'm sure in Singapore as well, I do understand that there are certain cases where the older generation still have to work in order to feed themselves and provide for themselves. So this is something that artificial intelligence, like both have mentioned, is able to get things done more efficiently, and also is able to reduce costs for everyone that is inside maybe manufacturing or maybe in production itself. So when we look into adopting artificial intelligence also, we actually want to know how it's able to impact digital transformation, where we're able to make things faster, cheaper, and also more efficient. And with Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and now coming into Web 3.0, what is your insights of how AI can accelerate digital transformation across different industries?
Now, that's a very simple question, but with a very complex answer. The reason why, again, so of course, when we talk about AI, Malaysians always believe in I will not believe until I see. There's a look and feel factor. Yeah. So we started doing a lot of pilot projects across agriculture, transportation, retail, healthcare, using AI to see whether technology works and what are the outcomes we can see. Again, touching on agriculture, and the reason why I'm hopping on agriculture here, because agriculture, which is the least digitalized sector, is already using AI. And if agriculture is using AI already right now, the other sectors are already advancing in AI. That's reality, and that's happening now as we speak at the conference, right? Now, for pilot projects for agriculture, let's talk about chili. Malaysians love chili. Nasi lemak is our go-to breakfast every day. Through AI, chili grading systems that we have done, farmers are now able to increase their productivity up to 20%. And I don't want to be a typical uh, presenter saying 20%, 30%. I'll give you numbers. 20% to a farmer who is using AI-based chili grading system is now generating an additional income of 2,000 ringgit per month per acre. Now, that's from a farmer's perspective. Imagine manufacturing, retail, transportation will be double, triple time the amount. So it's about improving livelihood of the many. End of the day, you can go to an organization or an individual or even a society and tell them, hey, use the best tax of the world. Their first question would be, okay, will that generate more revenue, income? Would that make my life easier? Would that reduce my costs? If AI can do all that, and AI is already doing all that as we speak, they would be happy to adapt it. 3 years ago, before pandemic, you talk about AI, people do not know. Like you said, it's the robot, it's the transformers of the world, the terminators of the world. That's how we perceive AI, robotic arms and all that. But AI is far more than that. We have drones using AI to do mapping to tell you exactly which land is fertile, which land is least fertile, which land needs more irrigation. So farmers do not need to waste money. Same goes to healthcare. Surgical procedures are now done using robotic arms captured with AI cameras and all that. So AI is already happening as we speak. So that's numbers, and these are great numbers which has been validated throughout the country. As and when we do more and more projects across all sectors, we are able to see the real benefits and outcomes of AI. Pass it back to you.
Oh, okay. How about Mr. Oliver?
I think those are very good points that Pravin have just brought up. In fact, in the whole process of digital transformation, it is extremely important we know what technology we want to leverage from IoT to AI to any other robot automation process. The end goal is to be able to support our livelihood and eventually give us better outcome. Now, to do that, I believe organizations must understand that it's not an overnight affair. It takes a few steps to get there, right? So when we talk about digital transformation, it is important we know that we are able to first convert analog data into digital data, right? The conversion of analog information to digital information, and that's what most people will talk about digitization, right? To digitize your information is key because if your data is not in a format that can be processed by the system, by the technology, it really can't get you very far. Second step is really the digitalization of the process itself. So once you got the data in place, you must organize your process, you must get it into an efficient mode and apply algorithms, apply the right techniques to get a job done properly. And then at the final process is where you got to start to relook at how your business can be digitally transformed. You may have to look at expanding your business horizon. You may have to look at new ways of doing things. So from a data conversion to a process improvement to eventually business expansion. That's how AI can help. And AI actually plays a very important role in speeding up the whole process. Right. So when people talk about AI and machine learning and data analytics, those are actually part and parcel of the whole process, how it contributes to the digital transformation effort itself. So that becomes very important. I recall that at one point in time, a recruitment company came to me and say, hey, Oliver, I want to apply AI because I read so much about this. right? So in the whole consultation process, I realized that a lot of that data is on paper files, right? They have this huge cabinet with all the data of all the candidates and the job search, and they say, I want an AI system in 3 months. And I said, hey, that's not going to be realistic, right? You don't even have those information on a Excel sheet, not to say a proper database. Yeah, how are you going to process that? The businesses need to understand that the conversion of analog information to data, digital data, is probably one of the very important first steps. And in that process itself, users must understand how to use this data, right? So when we talk about farmers, we talk about teachers, we talk about different users of technology, the reskilling of users of technology is going to be a very important process. In order to do that, they have to spend some time thinking about what they want to do next, and business leaders must help them, guide them through this whole process. And AI can support that, because AI can, in the process of redefining the way things are being done, figure out what are the things that humans does best and what are things that the machine does best, right? And in that way, back to my earlier point, things that we don't want to do, things that we should not do, things that we do not know how to do, get a machine, get AI to do those jobs, right? Let human do the job that we're best at. So when the reports talk about, as you do the digital transformation, you want to be able to do higher level work. Well, what does that mean? That means work that are more creative, that you can know, that you can learn how to leverage the outcome of digital technology, the outcome of what AI can produce, and augment your ability to do better. So if you look at how AI can accelerate digital transformation from that angle, it is quite clear, quite obvious that AI can be a great help in the whole digital transformation process. But keep in mind, right, the human must be in charge, right? We should not be slaves to technology. At the end of the day, we must continue to understand technology so that we can be masters of technology. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, I was reading from your bio, and this one keyword stood out among everything, and that is that humans have to be the masters of technology. And what you say is very true, that there's a learning curve with everything, and especially artificial intelligence. So a question that popped up in my mind is that we have, this very wide demographic. We have youngsters, kids at a very young age who are already using tablets, and we have also maybe more senior citizens who are still trying to learn how to use like a smartphone as well. So there is definitely a learning curve when it comes to artificial intelligence as well. What are some of the methods that the people from different walks of life and age groups, how can we support them in developing and also integrating artificial intelligence into our daily lives? So maybe we have Mr. Oliver to share on the topic first.
Sure. I would love to start on the topic because I work on a couple of projects in that sense itself. So one of our slogans and one of our project is connecting the young ones to the young ones, right? ONES, the young ones, the kids, to the young ones, ONCE. Now that is a big challenge, right? And Nicholas, you hit the nail on the head, right? The young ones are good with the tablets. They touch the screens. They can swing it around and get things moving, whereas the elderly are less agile in a certain way. The precision technology is not there. So what can we do to get them to come together and find that common space? Now it is very common for young kids, right? 8-year-old, 9-year-old, and say, "Akong, don't touch my machine. You spoil it." Right? Because they know the elderly are not that savvy with technology. But I believe if we give the elderly a chance, we help to educate, we try to find a common platform for them to work together, it would help. Well, those who are probably in the 60s and beyond will probably have played with card games, board games, right? But if you get the young ones, the kids, to play with card games, it's too boring, it's just too slow, right? So what can we do to bring the two together? So in some of the projects that we do in connecting the young ones to the young ones, we try to do that. We try to have a platform where the elderly can still continue to use the traditional method of the card game, throw the dice, whereas the young ones could spin with their mobile, and both could coordinate a platform that share different forms of inputs so that they can all enjoy, they can all appreciate, and build that motivation, especially for the elderly, right, to want to do it. I read a lot of Erwin Toffer's book, and one of his book, The Third Wave, is always very good advice to me, right? He says that the illiterate of the 21st century is not those who didn't study, who didn't make it, but really those who do not know how to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Now, the relearning part is very important, right? A lot of us think that when we go to school, we graduate and that's it. We don't need to study anymore. But now we talk a lot about lifelong learning. We need to learn new things. And in the process of learning new things, it is also important that we unlearn. Because if we don't unlearn and we keep to our old habits and old practice, it's not going to get us anywhere. And that is the challenge that the elderly would have. Yeah. So bridging the two together is going to be so important. We need to help to advise, to guide the mindset of the more senior ones to think about how they can unlearn some of the past and move on to learning new things. This is especially so, and the point I want to make before I pass back to Pavin and Nicholas, is that technology is moving so fast today, right? You know, we change our TVs probably every, I don't know, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, max. In the past, we'll keep a TV for a long, long time, right? But today, our mobile phones, every 9 months, there's a new version, and the young ones will get to upgrade and change. Yeah. So technology is pushing us to unlearn and relearn, and that's very important. Back to you.
Yeah. David, how about you?
Cool. Oliver, I have to take your quote here. The young ones and the young ones, right? I think that's really nice. But reality on the ground is, for example, when you talk about technology, you go back, you tell your kids, hey, do this the manual way, clean the house the manual way. They will probably say, you do it yourself. That's reality. But when you give them an iPad or a tablet or a smartphone, smart gadget, they just get excited. In MDEC, we realized that technology is what is the key to attract the younger ones, and the younger ones, the CE and the OES, to go into technology. I mean, parents can be aging, but who once thought, I do not know how to use WhatsApp. They are now on WhatsApp, Waze, Twitter, whatever. The list goes on. Everybody is on smartphone, from different age groups. Yeah, so that's reality. Technology is here to stay. COVID gave us a lot of challenges. Everyone, it was a nightmare per se. But COVID also taught us a very important lesson. Digital technologies are here to stay. They are not conquering our life. They're just here to complement and make our lives easier. So on that ground said, at MDEC, when you say, how do we get more and more people to know about AI, the benefits of it, three things or four things. Number one, we do a lot of pilot projects at different scales, different associations. Yeah, so people get to look and feel and see what AI can do for them. Number two, we do a lot of trainings. Now, we can have the best techs of the world, best drones in the world flying around carrying AI cameras and all that. But if you do not know how to operate the drone, it defeats the whole purpose. So number two, trainings. Number three, we also have an initiative called My Digital Ninja Movement, where we train students at a younger school, primary school, on how to code machine learning algorithms. And this is happening in Malaysia as we speak. So it starts from a very basic school level. Kids nowadays learn how to code because technology is here to stay, like I said. Last but not least, we also do a lot of hackathons. So AI works based on data. Yeah. So it needs, like you said very correctly, Oliver. I know you mentioned manual data and digital data. I'm just going to make it a little twist there. Structured and unstructured data, or manual and digital data, whichever way you want to say it. But we give them a lot of data sets. We give them problem statements, which is what industry needs. We give them about 2 days. We literally tell them, okay, come up with proposals, come up with moving solutions that actually works. And they develop solutions, and you would be surprised. The recent hackathons that we did, kids at the age of 13 years old emerge as champions. And these were the solutions that we actually deploy as pilot projects in sites by people, so people get to see. So these solutions are developed by the younger generations to train the older generations on what they can do. So it's really nice because for me, it's a family thing. Why? The older generation feeds data. They have tons of it. not knowing what they can do with it. The younger generation actually use and massage the data and then train or develop machine learning algorithms to actually help themselves. So it's a very good combo. And right now, when you talk about AI, everyone is actually using AI with or without them knowing. Example, smartwatches. So what we know is smartwatches capture your heartbeat, your sleep rates, and all that. But not knowing, the data that feeds to the cloud will actually tell you what are you going to get next, where are you heading next. For example, let's take me an example. Hey, Naveen, you're obese. If you don't control your food, in 10 years down the road, you're going to be having other issues. These are AI. The machine learning algorithms in the smartwatch is actually predicting what's going to happen to you in the next 5 to 10 years. As simple as that. So everyone uses a smartwatch, not knowing that that is the most fundamental digital technology. I mean, let's not talk about smartphones. Smartwatch, as simple as that. Yeah. So over to you, Jim.
Awesome. Thank you, Naveen. Thank you,
I want
Naveen.
to add on there, Nicholas, if I could. Yeah, I think Naveen has made a very interesting point that we should all remember. Right, the kids are definitely showing us the way how we should leverage technology. Right, that the appreciation of how they can get the output of technology and use it and apply it in the most creative way. So, this is where along the way somehow we have to think where and in what way can we introduce the education pedagogy to help our kids do better? Meaning that I think the days where we grill our young ones on multiplication tables are gone. Why would you want to figure out how you can multiply two numbers together when the machine can do it faster than you, right? And you become perfect in doing your multiplication tables, but you may not use that because at the end of the day, somebody with a calculator or with a spreadsheet could just punch out the numbers a lot faster. So we got to think, all right, how can we build that trust in using the machines, the AI that's generating the output, the whole forecasting, and use that information correctly that applies to our livelihood, right? So the smartwatch is a great example, right? We need to know how you to use that information, right? As you walk, it takes your pace, it measures your stride, your heartbeat, and all your vital information, and that information fed to you will help you decide. All right, it's time to visit the physician. All right, I'm still good. I can afford to have some oily food today. Yeah, but that's what we need to do. How can we leverage on the information that AI has generated for us and use it in the most appropriate way? In the past, the only time you want to go and see a doctor is, Alama, I got a bad headache, temperature high, right? But that's by that time it's too late, right? By the time it's too late, right? Now AI can give you a lot more alerts earlier, and you can use that information to have a better quality of life, which I'll emphasize once again. Sorry to interrupt you, but Nicholas, back to you.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Oliver, and thank you so much, Naveen. You guys are given very beautiful points. And then I can see from here, the information that I've gathered is that we, through artificial intelligence, it has developed platforms for everybody across all walks of life to come together through a community and in collaboration and not competition. So as how Oliver say, Akong, don't touch my smartphone, don't touch my TV. Yeah. So it's really beautiful that we are able to see this in our society today, how all of us can come together with the use of artificial intelligence. So just now we were talking about how it's able to provide us social impact. So this is one of the ways by bringing all of us together. But we're also going to be talking about much more destructive type of problems that are happening in our life right now. So some things like poverty or global warming, which is things that we cannot deny that is still happening and has become worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the next question I would like to share with the panel is, how can artificial intelligence help in supporting the fight against global poverty and also in tackling global warming? So, Naveen, you would like to go first?
Good question. Like I said, when you talk about technology, people will always want to see what are they getting from using the technology, right? So on that grounds, again, back to the most fundamental level of people, which is the farmers. Through technology, through artificial intelligence, they are able to generate 2,000 ringgit additional income per acre per month. Say their basic salary on average is about 2,500 ringgit. plus 2,000, that will make it 4,500 ringgit to 4,800 ringgit. So that's actually a jump from a B40 community group to an M40 community group. That itself, through technology, at a fingertip, you're already increasing your livelihood. Now that's per farmer. Imagine everyone across the country uses AI for agriculture, healthcare, retail, transportation, manufacturing, and the list goes on. If you can imagine the amount of revenue they'll generate, amount of quality improvements they make, amount of time they can save so that they can do better things, other things better, right? That itself will already improve livelihood. Yeah. So when you think about poverty, there's a threshold of poverty level. But with technology, you can automatically produce more with less. When I say produce more, with technology, with little intervention by human, of course, human is the master, like Oliver clearly said, but with less intervention from human, machine learnings or AI algorithms can do the job for you better. So from producing, say, 8,000 kilograms of chili per acre of land, you are now able to produce 10,000 kilograms without having a manual farmer to be there to switch on the fertilizer tanks, to switch on the pipe. Why? Because now the systems have their own artificial intelligence embedded. All the farmer needs to do, like you said, being the master of the system, is to monitor from his iPad from wherever he is. So this is already happening. So when you talk about poverty, right now, technology can clearly help to elevate that problem. For example, let's talk about food delivery. Before this, you are not able to track who orders what, when, how, all that. Right now, you can now track using AI algorithms, track which location has the highest density of people orders, so you can target that particular area. And these are the people who will have immediate access to food. So all these will automatically make lives easier. Of course, people spend less money, less time, less effort, and they get more. The whole idea is you get more with doing less. So that itself will already answer the poverty level. Because farmers, let me just quote you, in Kuala Langat, Banting, chili farmers are now already making the truth fact that they are already moving from a B40 category to an M40 category. If farmers are already using that, and I'm not touching the other sectors yet, the other sectors who are already advanced will be actually earning more and doing more. Oliver, I think I'm going to hand over the stage to you to continue the journey, Chief.
Sure. But those are certainly very, very great examples. But having look at all those positive side of things, and I guess somewhere hidden in that question that Nicholas asked is, what if the negative side pops up, right? How do you deal with it? Yeah. And we got to think about this. And maybe let me play the devil's advocate. So if somebody has all those information, right, what do you think they would do with it? So let's take the example of healthcare data, right? So if I do a lot of this motion and the AI captures all my data, my pace, and realize that my heart condition is deteriorating, right? And this information is stored somewhere. The responsible use of that information is so important, because if the insurers get to know of it, they say, oh no, you know, the life journey could be shorter. Hence, I need to increase the premium. Yeah. So then is that a appropriate use of that information? So we talk about responsible technology, responsible use of data, and all this needs to be probably guided by certain standards and policies, right? Just about a month ago, the US passed a AI rights bill, right? And this is interesting. I didn't get a chance to finish reading everything. It's 176 pages. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I can send you a copy, but it was just published a few weeks back. And it was interesting how I think the US is starting to look at, hey, if we have all this information, the good side, the sunny side of using the data is great. You know, AI applied appropriately is great. But what if somebody takes that information and use it to a commercial advantage, right? And when we talk about poverty, right, our goal, of course, is to raise every standard. But here we have a not so responsible person who use it against the people and bring down the poverty again, because you have a few who make it good and the rest may have to suffer because of it. So at the end of the day, it doesn't help So I think standards and guidelines are going to be so key, and governments will have to play a part. I'm really glad the US took the first step in publishing this 176 page of AI rights bill for commercial entities to explore. In Europe, UK in particular, there is discussion around how we should audit AI systems. If there's certain, corporate responsibility that organizations have to stay with, right? What is in place to audit the use of AI? So, a nice and interesting job. I came across this company called Ethical AI, and they have got consultants who go in and audit companies that apply AI and make sure that they are not that the outcome is not biased, it's used in the right way, and it follows certain standards. Around the globe today, really, there are many institutions that have been set up. So, for example, the University of Oxford has set up an organization called Responsible Technology Institute, right? And this provides certain guidelines. They look at certain pilots. They support auditors, AI auditors who look at the application of AI. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, we narrow down the poverty gap. Yeah, we want to help everybody get better, and not let a few individuals. And this is where the Terminator comes in, right? Use Terminator to do the wrong thing. Yeah, to make sure that we don't end up with the abuse of AI. AI should give us good outcome. It should augment our capability and potential. And I'll repeat this again. It should not be used to destroy humankind. Right. So the talk around responsible use of technology is so important, and slowly and surely we're seeing organization, countries realize that, and the right process must be put in place, right, to support the right governance of AI deployment. Nicholas, back to you.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, so data security is also one of the biggest concerns moving into being more connected with technology here today. And that leads me to my next question, which is knowing what are the industry leaders doing right now to make AI more equitable, more privacy sensitive, and also more explainable to everyone here today. So maybe Oliver, you would like to share on what are the methods that are currently being taken by these industry leaders, or maybe also what I'm sure some of our audiences here maybe are in the artificial intelligence. What can they do themselves in order to make their products and services safer for all of us to use?
To deal with this whole issue around data and privacy and security, it's a whole discussion. But if we narrow down into looking at how AI can be applied and considered, there are probably a few things we need to watch for. One is the understanding of data protection, right? Very, very important. Of course, different geographies have different policies that have been put in place, how information are being provided for and how it's being used. The last thing you want to see is, you walk to a stranger and they say, "Hey, Oliver, I know who you are, what you like to eat, and what you do at night." Wow, that's scary, right? That's scary, right? So different countries are starting to put in certain policies around that, and that's important because back to the example I have around the healthcare data. Yeah, once somebody uses it in the wrong way, there are serious consequences. And around the world, we hear a lot of issues where data breach comes into a challenge, right? Whether it is organization that is on the e-commerce platform or organization in the healthcare platform, and Singapore, we can't run away from it as well, right? You probably have read in the past few years, right? There are a couple of data breaches, and even our PM's data was stolen from our health records. Right, and that's scary, right? If somebody gets to know that our government leaders are not in a good health condition, what do you think will happen? So we need to make sure first of all we protect that data. It's probably taken care of. Secondly, is when we try to implement processes that use AI algorithm, it is very important we think about the wholesome application of AI. Right now, that is a bit tricky and not so easy. Because at the end of the day, when we start to apply AI, it's not a very specific area that you can apply, right? It spreads across the entire organization because it takes data from here and there, and like what Navin has said, it integrates it together. Where you integrate together, that's where the tricky part comes out, right? In my department, I may use certain data, probably pretty innocent, no big issue. But if this data goes into the wrong department for the wrong use, then there could be serious consequences. Yeah. So when we talk about integrating all this information together, whether it's processes or data, it is very important we start to look at how we can help provide the guidelines to do it. And it is not just defining in the process, right? It is also testing and auditing of this process, right? How we make sure that the flow is done correctly. There's no surprises. You know, when we do coding, it's very easy to say if then else, right? That there's always that catch all for everything else. But sometimes we need to think that everything else, how serious is it? How big is this bet? Because if it's large enough, maybe we should have additional conditions. So the whole design of the algorithms, the whole design of the code must be very considered very carefully. And that's very important. So the question that you have, Nicholas, right, around how industry leaders must make sure the use of data is more of AI is equitable and ensure that the privacy is taken care of, and very importantly, right, auditable or explainable. And that's what I think the Europeans are trying to do today, right? We don't want to take the outcome of AI as the only truth. Sometimes we should question why the AI came up with the answer, and the AI needs to be able to provide a log of how it generates that recommendation, and that's only way it can convince us humans that we're using the right information. And we must jump in if we see that certain aspects of it is not good. So it's important that happens. I'm maybe I'll pass to Navin to share some of his perspective as well, because this is a very important topic.
Sure. Actually, Oliver, this is the most important topic. Why? Because all of us have tons of data, structured, unstructured data. For Malaysia, as it is, we have PDPA, which is Personal Data Protection Act, right? We also have National Data Sharing Policy, which is being tabled to the Parliament as we speak. So all this talks about data privacy, data security. For example, when we do pilot projects, we set the ground rules that the data belongs to the owner of, say, the organization or an individual. So it belongs to them. AI partners or technology partners will only come and do the machine learning part of the machine algorithms data. So data ownership belongs to whoever is generating the data. So it's always, it's like you said, it's a journey. People still needs to understand the importance of not publicly sharing data, which can be private data, and this data can be misused for certain things. However, like I said, there's elements of PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act, there's National Data Sharing Policy papers being rectified right now as we speak. So all this is being in place because as a nation, we do understand that the importance of data and the importance of data security / privacy. Because sometimes when you say artificial intelligence, if using data correctly, it will generate the best of the outcomes. But if it is using breached data or data which is hacked, then it can cause things that we do not want to mention or we do not want to expect to see. So it's about how you get the data to be massaged very correctly in a very safe environment. That's why nowadays in Malaysia, most organizations, we actually have a chief information officer who looks at data credibility to question whether this is right or wrong. We have these people, these officers who tells them, okay, this data can be shared, this data needs management approval. So always we start with the most basic data. We massage that if algorithms work, and then we move on to the more secure data. But like I said, policy papers are still being developed, still being rectified. So as and when we train more and more data, I think this will be more affirmed later. But like you said, it's a journey. Right now, if we talk about data, previously people do not know scammers, right? So we happily, the moment you say, hey Navin, you just won a 10,000 ringgit lottery, I would happily share my data. Why? I do not know about data security, data privacy. For me, it's about the 10,000 ringgit. But right now, people are more aware of their data. They do not really openly share data, which is great. It's an awareness program, awareness session or awareness phase where people understand. With policies in place, with acts in place, I think it would be better because with security in place, we can train AI better. Over to you, Oliver.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to jump in here again. So I love to jump in. There's so many things floating in my mind. I love that. And Navin mentioned a very good point. The management, the leadership, right, of organization, they need to know when they can sanction and approve data, when not to. So in order to ensure we've got responsible use of AI and data, the management needs to be educated. Right. It is not the same as disciplining an employee, right? When the data goes wrong, who do you go after? When the outcome is not what we expect, who do you go after? The user, the algorithm, or the developer? And the developer may not be around already, or the designer, right? And as you design, your if then else, the else could be such a big bait that you may not have covered some of these aspects itself. So management need to be a lot more alert. They need to be educated on the implications, the responsibility that they have in managing AI data and the outcome of AI. Over to you again.
Thank you, Oliver. Now, in the interest of time, we have another 15 minutes left. So I'm going to be moving on to the more important questions. And the question I'm going to ask, I think it is the most popular question when it comes to artificial intelligence. And that is, will artificial intelligence replace our jobs in the next 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years or so? So what is your opinion on that, Oliver?
Well, this is a question that kind of divides those who are for AI and those who probably don't believe in AI at this point in time, right? It divides them, yeah. So those who believe that AI and technology will be able to support them to get better, they will love it. They will jump into it, and maybe something gets a bit over enthusiastic around that. Those that are a bit skeptical, then they will react to it. Part of it, I believe, lies in the clarity of what AI really can do and cannot do, right? Of course, what AI is many years ago, down to the pandemic and now post-pandemic, and the future will evolve because technology, emerging technology will start to come together and converge and contribute to a higher level of capability to support us. So that's going to happen. So as the technology start to evolve and we see more leading technology coming in to be applied, with 5G, for example, data are going to move a lot faster, a lot more variant. I remember the days when I was at Hewlett Packard, we did something on e-learning, but the best we can was to do voice over IP. Of course, voice over IP is a very old technology now, right? Now we can do this video call with you live and for me, not on site, and we can do this very quickly and data transmit very fast with no problems. Yeah. So technology is starting to change the way we look at things. So it is very important we start to look at that aspect itself. So will it replace us? I am a firm believer that it will not. I'm a firm believer that it will not, because we human beings will have the capability to adapt. Throughout history, we have discovered many tools. We've used many technologies from Industrial Revolution 1, where you talk about the steam engines, to how IT and cloud technology has supported us. We have adapted. So it is very important that we human beings start to look at technology again, not as a threat, but a tool that we can leverage. So remember my phrase again, right? How can we think of humans as masters of technology and not slave to technology? And if we can take that positive step forward, clearly we will find new jobs. We will find new ways of leveraging technology, using technology to our favor, and we'll have a better quality of life. Back to you.
Navin?
I think that's a very important question. Why? Because this has been the perception for the longest time ever. Will technology remove manpower or remove works from people? People have this fear for the longest time. Let me just put my perspective at least. Technology is here to complement the lives of the many, right? For example, when you say AI is not or never going to replace human. AI is going to be guided by a human, and AI is going to just shift traditional workers to more skilled workers. Let's say in a farm again, you have people literally switching on the pipes, right? Right now, I don't need such people. But these people is where we skill and reskill and upskill them, where they look at data sets. They become more of data scientists in the farms. So technology, or specifically AI, is not here to replace people or remove jobs. It's here to train people to become more skilled. Skilled based on data so that they can feed more data accurately, and data can then massage the algorithm for them accurately. So it's complementing, like I said, AI is here to do more with less. Like Oliver clearly said, we are the master of the technology. So the technology will not replace us. We will then govern it so that it can help us to do work for us in the most effective way. Again, summary, AI is not here to replace works. It's here to create more work, more skilled workers. So that's what at MDEC we call about more skilled Malaysians. So from a normal traditional worker, we now have a data relevant worker. So technology is here to stay, and it's here to improve livelihood, not only in terms of revenue profit, but it's also to skill every level of humans across. So yes, fear not. AI is here to help and to complement and make lives easier, not vice versa.
And let me add on to that. Let me add to that. I want to give an example of how jobs have changed over time, right, because of technology. So I remember when I graduated more than 30 years ago, right, the job that we went into was a programmer, right? Programmer, you just do coding. And then over time, the programmer analyst job came out, right? So the programmer and the system analyst were two different roles, but because of the nature of technology, it became one. You become a programmer analyst. Today, users are starting to get a hang of technology. They can do coding on their own, right? And the Excel is one good example. If you cannot wait for IT department to come to your turn to create that report for you, you generate it with your own Excel, right? And today there are many tools out there, right, that allows marketeers, that allows business managers to use low code, no code tools, right, to actually create uh, um, a decision making product. And one example is a tool called Orange, right? You got Apple, you got Orange. I would wonder when banana is going to come out, right? But if you Google Orange machine learning, right, there is a tool where all you need is to connect the dots between the different data sets, and it generates a code for you and produces a report, right? So jobs will eventually evolve, right? And what we need to learn and remember is we have to relearn, right? The need to upskill, to pick up new skills will keep us going. And in fact, it's going to be so much more enriching. Our life is going to be so much more exciting when we know how to leverage technology to improve our lifestyle. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Navin. So you guys have heard it today. No terminators will come after your jobs. You guys are safe as long as you keep upskilling yourself, learning, and then we'll be able to see how technology is able to enrich all our lives. Now, just one more question before we wrap up our panel session for today, and that is, what does the future hold for artificial intelligence if it was advanced and developed further? So, Oliver, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yeah, I would love to do that. There is recently quite a huge debate between different scholars in AI. Yan LeCun, for example, is a firm believer of the traditional definition of AI when Alan Turing talked about, being able to mimic complete human intelligence, right? And the other scholar is Gary Marcus, who seems to suggest that the emerging truth about what AI really is may not necessarily equate to human intelligence. In fact, it should be more augmented intelligence. Of course, the two experts are debating over the social media, right? What is right and what's wrong. But clearly, like what we've discussed so far in the whole conversation here, is that we're starting to adopt AI in bits and pieces into our life, right? And AI is so much part of our life, sometimes we do not even realize it. So I see a whole integration where AI technology must eventually be connected to our human values, our human values are so important that we must not forget what we are here for. And technology must augment what we are here to do. And if we can keep that in mind, and if between the debate that the two scholars have, I'm sure one day we'll realize that we are really living in an AI world without AI replacing us. That's my parting word.
I'm going to try to summarize that, Oliver. I think very well said. You captured all the points, but in the interest of time, now AI is here to stay, like it or not. So it's how we want to maneuver AI to get the best out of it. You want more, you have more data set, you train it, you get more. For example, again, back on the farmer side, if the farmer can generate 2,000 ringgit, that's per farmer. Say you have 1 million farmers across Malaysia. If everyone uses AI, we talk about food production. The moment you produce more, you reduce the country's dependency on food import. That addresses national food security. Again, on the agriculture space, for a layman discussion purposes. Now, let's say farmers are able to generate more income with digital technology users. That itself will boost the Malaysian digital economy. And that's what we in MDEC preach, and we are mandated to drive digital transformation. So again, ladies and gentlemen, AI is here to stay. It's right now, it's happening in your screen. Look across your room, it's there. It's how and what you want to do with it. So all the best.
Right. Thank you so much, Navi, and thank you so much, Oliver, for joining us here today at our panel discussion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoy our panel discussion for today. Enjoy the rest of the convention.
What a fantastic panel discussion. We all gained a great deal of knowledge and heard fresh viewpoints on the rapidly transforming world of AI and its impact on the global society. Thank you again to all the panelists for their insightful discussions. With that, now let's go on to our next session with some more awesome keynote speakers.
一直用科技变革世界，继新创了全球高性能4足机器人行业后，再一次新创全新的行业。
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到今年 ADEP 2022的大会。热门的这一个嘉宾杭州语数科技 Unichi Robotics 那今天悠悠呢是来到他们的总部，今天有没有什么新的一些机器狗能给我们介绍呢？
可以啊，没问题啊。
好，那我们一起来看一看。那我也看到，就是今天在你们会客厅里面看到有7只各种形状的不同型号的这一个机器狗然后能不能给我们观众也介绍一下这一个语数科技的这个历史，包括这几只狗的不同性能呢？
好的呀，那我们从头开始。
好，
第一只呢，我们这只机器狗叫 X Dog， 它是13到15年期间，我们公司的创始人王新兴先生他在上海大学读研期间做的这样的一款全球首款的电驱动低成本的这样的一个4足机器人，当时在世界范围内都是属于最先开创的这样的一个技术。紧接着呢，他在这个毕业作品当中把这个作品推出之后，在网上得到了很多的关注，就有人找到他想要投资也想要购买。那么他毕业之后顺理成章的就成立了我们语数科技这家公司。那么成立了我们公司之后，推出了其他的一系列的这样的一些产品。那我们的第一代产品叫做这个莱卡狗，是我们16年推出的。那莱卡我们取的名字取自于是苏联第一只上太空的狗，名字叫莱卡。那我们给我们的第一只机器狗也取名叫做莱卡狗。它也是全球最早开始公开零售的这一种高性能4足机器人。我们18年就已经正式开始对外出货了。
我以为还是莱卡相机呢，莱卡狗原来是一只太空狗学习到了，对。OK。
那这个是莱卡狗，这个是莱卡狗 Pro。我们莱卡狗只有仅此一台，是一台原型机。那我们莱卡狗 Pro 是我们正式对外公开零售的这一款这个机器人。
2016年的，对吧？
对，2016年。
OK。
那在之后呢，我们在这个莱卡狗之后又继续的完善，推出了我们叫做 A0狗。A0狗呢，它和之前的这一代这个机器狗的一个产品的区别，您可以直观的看到，就是它的一个整机的一个结构变得非常的优化。
好，那我们现在到了第4款 A1的2020年的这个机器狗，对吧？可以介绍一下吗？
那这款机器人呢，相对于之前的一些机器人，它的尺寸小了很多啊，但它也变得更加的灵活，它的最快速度可以达到3.3米每秒啊，然后还可以做一些这个比较爆发性的一些动作，比如说后空翻啊，它可以做一些跳舞的一些动作，很灵活嘛。那因为有些它的这些特点之后呢，我们给它装扮成了小牛的一个形象，也在此登上了这个2021年的这个牛年春晚和刘德华、王一博、关晓彤一起同台表演。当时我们一共带去了24只，这是全球首次的一个四足机器人的一个集群的一个表演吧。
就这一款就是去年参加我们 Adapt 大会来我们会客厅演示的这一款啊，就是能蹦能跳的，非常厉害。
对。取名叫奔奔，三牛为奔，3个牛。那么有一种这个快速奔跑的这个意思在里面，然后本身它也是一个小牛的一个形象，我们就给它取了这样一个比较形象化的一个名字吧。
我发现你们每款狗的这个取名都非常的有特色。好的，好，那我们再看这一款我好像没有见过，这2款我都没见过。
这款就是在去年之后我们推出的一款新的一个机器人，它算是一个消费级的一个四足机器人了。因为我们的这个所有的产品全部都是自主研发的，那我们包括里面的电机、减速器、驱动器、传感器，甚至电池、摄像头等等的，全部都是我们自主研发，所以我们可以把我们的这个生产成本降到比较合适的一个程度，那我们就可以把我们的机器人大规模的量产，然后它现在可以达到这样的一个消费级的一个这个售价最便宜只需要1.6万人民币起。
16000啊！我以为看这个狗那么高级，我以为可能20万呢，就已经是非常接地气的一个价格。
接地气。
大家感兴趣的话也可以回头私信。
是这样，它在保留了之前的这样的一个机器人同等运动性能的情况下，可以把它的售价给降低，那么就可以让更多的普通的用户也可以买回家，让机器人来陪伴着你。
这就是一只宠物狗啊，其实就是家用啊，或者你在办公室里面，对啊，就是如果有对猫毛、狗毛过敏的，那就是这种狗绝对没有出现过敏的这个症状啊。
你也不需要喂它狗粮，也没有产狗屎。然后那它呢一个特点就是说速度很快，最快奔跑速度可以达到4.7米每秒。那这个速度大概什么概念呢？就是和一个专业的长跑运动员他的一个平均的一个奔跑速度还是比较接近了，速度已经很快了。我们普通人可能还不一定跑得过它。
待会儿我们也会演示这一个狗啊，然后这个狗据说是登上了我们今年的冬奥会的开幕式，是吗？是这个，还有元宵节是这只吗？
那是下面这个
啊，元宵节是那只哈。
这只是登陆了我们今年这个北京冬奥会的一个开幕式。当时北京冬奥会开幕式之前呢，一共有10个城市，每个城市给了1分钟的时间来介绍一下自己的城市。那我们的机器狗当时就是代表杭州在这个冬奥会上做了一个亮相，一共有109只机器人做着这样的一个集群的一个表演。
对，我看到过你们那个短视频，就109只这个机器狗拼的一个叫冬奥会的一个字样，是吧？
是的，
非常非常有名。
冬奥会。
好的。好，然后在这只 B1 的，就是去年刚刚生产的这一个啊，这2只都是去年刚刚发行的最新款的。
是的，这个 B1可以看到，它跟购一相比就是大了非常的多啊，比它大了好几倍，也重了很多倍。它的最大的一个这个负载能够达到100千克，这是我们成立公司以来做的最大的一款这个四足机器人，它的总的重量有50多千克。但是它的极限负载可以达到100千克
，50千克就差不多跟优这个体重就差不多了，就一个女生的重量。
对，但是呢，它甚至可以达到一个载人的一个级别，那么负重是它的一个很大的一个亮点。因为我们要给这一款的机器人，它的一个定位就是它是一个纯工业级的一个四足机器人。那它对日常的这个负重还是很有要求的，因为它在平时的工作作业当中需要负载很多的一些设备，比如说机械臂，比如说这个云台相机比如说各种传感器，那么这些加起来可能有几十千克，那负重就显得非常的重要。
大概能负重多少？就接地气的话，
接地气，像我们这个负载，如果说有个负载达到40千克是没有问题的，我说的极限负载可以达到100千克，
就是200斤的胖子坐在上面都没问题了，可以扛起一个胖子啊。对，
然后它的防护等级也非常高，它可以达到 IP68。
什么意思？
IP68就是说它可以完全深入到水下去作业。 就是完全是防水的一款自动机器人。
到海底去可能捞个那个什么彩纸壳呀，这个不能太深，
几米的话，
几米啊，可以在游泳池下面看看游泳池下面有蛇，可以抓蛇，干嘛的对吧？可以游泳池清理啊之类的啊。
就比如说，
然后我看它可以送快递，看到没有？
对，像你下雨天呐，出去啊，或者有什么雨雪天，它都没有什么问题了嘛啊。然后
可以可能代替外卖员，在极寒天气可能送到北极、南极去的那种极寒天气，可能机器狗就派上用场了，或者到太空。对，
续航也是非常长的，这是我们一款to B 端的一个这个行业应用级的一个思维机器人。
那说到这里，其实我也知道说咱们 Unity Robotics 我们有100多个专利。那我想说，我们这一个机器狗跟我们国外美国看到这个机器狗的一些专利技术有什么区别呢？
这个应该区别还是很大的，因为我们的所有的机器人，它的这个技术的传承都是从一代这 X 道开始的，所有的都是一种这个纯电驱动的一个这个驱动的方案。
电驱动。
对，我们可能和国外的一些这个其他一些机器人还是有一定的这个技术差距。
国外的是什么？
国外的就是他们的别的一些这个液压动力的这样的一个思路机器人，和我们这一类电驱动思路机器人是完全不一样的。
就是可能汽油车跟那个新能源车对吗？
对，
电能车的一个区别。对，
是的。
然后这一个就是你刚才说的这个机械臂对吗？狗装上这双机械臂的话，它就可以，你回家可以给你看了，还可以可能去超市买个东西啊，买1箱矿泉水，这只的话就没问题，我觉得可以背回去。
对，因为我们的机器人如果说想要执行一个任务，它需要有一个手，它才能开门，它才能抓取。那机械臂呢，它本身也是由一些这个关节电机组成的，和我们的这个机器狗呢，它其实是一脉相承的，都是有一些技术的一个相通性的。所以说，我们也是经过了很久的时间的一个研发，然后我们自我研发这样一款这个适用于移动机器人平台的这样的一个机械臂。那我们这个机械臂呢，就可以装在我们的机器人的后背上，然后平时可以实现一些开门抓取一些任务。
对，就因为悠悠家里有那种小那个百度什么那个什么精灵之类的，就不知道说你们这个狗也能像 AI 人工智能一样跟主人对话呀，或者怎么样互动吗？
可以是可以的，因为我们的机器人呢是全部对外开放这个2次开发的一个接口的
对，因为其实你看到狗的那个背上面有好多 USB 啊，类似于什么的接口啊，
对，
可以插上去。
比如说我们可以让我们的这个天猫精灵和我们的这个机器狗做一个融合，那我们就可能可以通过天猫精灵控制的一个方式来控制我们这样的一个机器狗了。
就是稍微有点玄幻了，就看到这只狗也能够小爱精灵、天猫精灵这样跟你对话、放音乐、天气预报，对，估计还能跟你那个开个玩笑似的，只要半夜不要突然它就自己启动就好。对，还有这个小小的这个是什么东西？
这个是我们推出的一个纯消费级的一个产品
我看是今年出的，哇，真的是非常
新的一个产品。它其实是一个健身类的一个产品。
对，还很轻就有点像充电宝这样的重量就女生都可以拿得起。
700克。那它是做什么的呢？我们可以给它启动之后给大家看一下。这个呢是一个拉力的一个东西，那么我们可以通过 APP 连接到这个设备之后，实现2000克到20千克拉力的大小的一个变化。然后呢，我们可以在这个末端配不同的一个固定装置，比如说这个可以固定在一些栏杆上，或者是踩在脚下。
踩在脚下，回来。对，这个要做，这个这样甩，
踩在脚上。
好。
然后这面呢就是一个
pump
可以拉的。
对我来说要2只手，因为怎么去健身房臂力没有那么那个。这个男生可能会，这个可能要可以设置对吧？对女生来说，
对2000克到20千克。
然后你们是不是还有 APP 可以课程？就是比方说这样子我们可以这样拉，但是我们也可以安装到门上面。
是的，
背肌可以拉。
这边也可以配不同的一个配件然后我们可以换成比如说门夹，那就可以夹在门上。那夹在门上高度比较高的时候，你这样拉练的就是你的背部。如果说夹的低一点，然后你用脚来勾着拉的话，那就是练的你的腹部。我们有这样的一个专门的一个 APP， 有海量的一个免费教程，就是可以跟着这个教程练到全身90%的一个肌肉。
哇，这一个的价格呢？
这个1000元左右。
1000元左右，是我们是在淘宝天猫上面可以买到是吧？
天猫上就可以直接下单购买。
对。 然后大家也可以看一下，这就是你的移动健身房了。刚才提到说我们那个冬奥会的开幕式是就这2款，叫
对的，
什么
购
一的这个有109只啊。那我们今天很荣幸啊，王总给我们演示一下有2只狗一起跳舞的这个样子啊，让我们也看看好吗？
好的，
长长见识。
我们简单演示一下啊。
好的。这就是我们那个冬奥会开幕式的一些动作，但是就非常壮观，有100多只。这个是祈福。
对，做衣服，然后就拜年。
拜年，这个可以像撒娇卖萌啊，这2只狗。
是的。可以，全身一共有12个关节电机，所以说你看它很灵活，可以做出各种各样的。
就是它也可以跑是吗？就跑起来的话，就是你说跟长跑运动员那个速度差不多，跟人的速度差不多，可以陪跑啊，就
对。
一个人跑太孤独的话，2只狗陪你跑，而且
可以帮你背个水
而且你去吃烧烤店，你知道吗？女生就特别安全，你跟女生带着2只狗去吃烧烤，就不会碰到某山打人案的那种事情了。我看到，你看它背上还有一个这种袋子，其实是到时候可以放，可以拎的，但是它上面也会可以放个筐什么东西的，去超市买水。
四周是可以放一个固定的一个装置，
对，
放一个筐，可以帮你背这些东西。
对，我刚刚在大屏幕上我就看见，你看它买水，而且我刚看他去超市买的那款酸奶，也是我经常买的那款酸奶。你看，这机器狗就可以陪着散步呀、跑步呀什么的。就咱可以你逛西湖呀，或者去外滩呀走一走啊，就晚上就可以有一只狗陪着你，很温馨的感觉啊，很治愈系的。他一开始进来看到你们也放埃隆·马斯克的后面的一些视频吧，也想问一下，就是咱们 Unity 这一个企业的一些愿景。
因为我们语树取的这个名字的原因呢是科技树的这样的一个意思我们就希望我们通过这样的一个科技的一个方式，然后科技的一个手段，然后改变人类的一个生活，这是我们最大的一个这个目的。然后我也希望呢，在这一次大会上，然后和更多的这样的一个科技爱好者分享，我们一起用我们科技的力量来解放人类的双手，让我们所有的人的生活变得更加美好。
对，我们一些脏活、累活、家务活，我们都可以让我们的解放双手，让我们的这个4足机器人、机器狗来代替，给我们带来更便利的生活。
是的，
很棒很棒。
大家好，我是轻博智能的尹健，今天给大家分享的内容呢是让你更懂元宇宙。大家可以看到我是在一个虚拟空间里这是一个 XR 的这种呈现技术那今天呢，我也是站在了随幻科技的这个直播间里，给大家来进行这场分享。那我们接下来就是来给大家具体讲一下这个元宇宙的一些落地场景，还有一些基础概念。首先呢，就是元宇宙我们什么是元宇宙？为什么要发展它？那我可以看一下这个后面的这几个动图这个动图呢，其实就是去年在10月份，这个 Facebook 改名为 Meta 的时候，然后发布了一个80分钟的这个扎克伯格自己的这个演讲像这个图片里我们可以看到左上角是扎克伯格自己变成了一个虚拟人，进入了一个虚拟场景里，与他的朋友进行这个交流玩耍那么大家也可以看一下第2张图 第二张图它是一个老师带着学生啊，在虚拟空间里啊进行这个天文教学啊。那么我们平时也知道这个讲这些内容啊，它其实很抽象的。那如果是在元宇宙里面，给大家畅想啊这样的一个场景，其实也是不错的。那么后面两个场景，一个是两个工程师啊在进行这个就是两个模型的讨论，以及呢另外是一个基建的场景。这些呢都是给大家想象的，就是未来元宇宙的啊这样的一个形式。那有人就问了哈，我如果用一句话来解释元宇宙应该怎么讲？其实这些问题啊，有很多人有不同的答案。那我今天想给大家分享，就是说我想要用1分钟就与万里之外的你面对面交流。大家也知道这个，因为疫情啊，还有很多原因啊，我们相隔万里的人现在很难见到面啊，这个也是为了大家的安全着想。那我如果是通过元宇宙，那我就可以通过某种形式沉浸到一个全新的仿真的或者这种比较奇幻的能够自由活动的这种世界或空间啊，那么我们就可以直接的进行面对面交流。另外就是之前大家也看到这个，比如说头号玩家或者是失控玩家这些电影啊，也可以进行相关的想象。那元宇宙它比较标准的概念是什么呢？首先我们看一下它这个词语啊，就是这个 meta 加 universe 啊，超越这个宇宙。首先我们知道大家生活在是这个现实宇宙之中，现实宇宙里面啊，它有的这些元素，在我们去打造元宇宙的时候，其实我们是应该全部复刻到里面的啊。但是呢，我们又想进行这个宇宙的超越。那如果超越的话，那我们要超越哪些？那可能我们超越了一些物理限制。那就比如刚才我说，我在1分钟之内就与万里之外的你进行面对面交流。另外呢，就是还有一些各种的规则的一些超越啊。当然，这个我们后面可以根据后面的一些场景进行慢慢的一些思考。那有人就要问了，我们为什么需要元宇宙？我们思考一下哈，最近这几年比较火的互联网应用，大家可能就是能叫出名字来的，一个就是抖音啊，还有一些这种各种各样的这种短视频的这样的一些平台啊，可能都可以知道啊。但是我们想一下，除了它之外，这2年，比如说21年或者20年，有没有那种让你振奋人心，就是达到什么几亿个用户啊，就每个人都觉得这个东西很厉害的这样的一些产品，好像就没有了。那所以说，技术它其实是渴望新产品的，包括用户也希望新的体验，以及资本，对吧？那我如果没有一些好的这种新的公司出现，那我去投资什么呢？啊，那所以这是我们想象出来的这个就是3个原因啊。另外一个就是虚拟现实补偿论。其实我们这个人啊，在从古至今，对吧？我们很多的东西啊，都是关于这个沉浸感的。那比如说古代文学、绘画，以及近代的电影啊，包括现在我们也会去用 VR 啊一些不同的设备。我们在使用这些内容的时候，我们其实就是在进行这个沉浸感。比如你在看一个电视剧的时候，你会不会把自己沉浸到这个主角里，就代入感啊？然后另外就是这个以及一些配角啊，总有一些内容会打动到你，那所以说你才会看下去。当你沉浸的时候，你整个大脑是兴奋的啊，所以这是一个虚拟现实补偿论。那么从这些技术的发展，那么未来对吧，我直接沉浸到这个世界里，我就是他，他就是我，那这个元宇宙可能就是生活其中，就是我们写的这个。好，那接下来就是有人又说了啊，元宇宙的这个价值来源是什么？那我们可以想象一下。那我们可以看到很多，包括元宇宙里面有涉及到土地的啊，还有这个虚拟人，还有这种社交。那元宇宙里面有这个直接的虚拟价值，还有这个现实价值。那像虚拟价值，那可能就是在这个世界中的一些排名啊，包括社交关系。那么在现实生活中，那就是用户的一些时间啊，所以可能和这个 Web 2.0 这个互联网，它很多规则还是比较相似的啊，但是有些内容可能就不一样了。那比如说一些 IP 经济，那后面我们也会去提到这样的一些相关的内容。好，接下来我们进入第2部分。第2部分就是元宇宙的基础的技术以及它的一些发展现状。我们看一下技术啊，这里面好多的词汇，其实大家可能都知道啊，什么人工智能，对吧？大数据啊，数字孪生啊，有炒股的朋友可能也会知道啊，这都是这个炒股的时候经常会看到的各种板块啊。那每个内容大家基础的概念应该也能叫得上来啊，当然也有一些，比如说 Web 3.0啊，比如说可能不太知道的，比如说什么是如何是交互啊，包括这个扩展现实，那大家不知道，包括它右面的一些细分的小项啊，大家可能也不是很清楚。所以说，如果说想要深度的去了解元宇宙技术的话，一定是要对 这些不同的内容啊，一定要是有相关的了解。那这个如果要学习的话，我建议大家可以去查阅相关的资料，或者从搜索引擎先了解基础的概念啊，然后这些内容大家融合在一起，就能了解到元宇宙里面它的发展所涉及到的各种环节的重要技术，以及它融合在一起能产生什么样的价值。好，今天呢，我给大家再分享一些这种比较基础的概念，也是一些容易混淆的概念。比如说刚才我们就说了 XR， 那 XR 就是拓展现实。那拓展现实里面又分很多不同的内容啊，其中可能大家听过最多的就是虚拟现实 VR。那么 VR 的话，那就比如说现在比较常用的方法就是戴一个 VR 头盔啊 ，VR 头盔，比如说 HTC 的 Oculus 等相关这种设备，你戴完这个设备之后呢，就会沉浸到一个完全虚拟的场景啊，你包括你自己的第一视角，比如说看到自己双手啊，也是一个虚拟的手啊，你可以在里面进行各种的交互。另外一个容易混淆的就是增强现实 AR 和这个混合现实 MR。那增强现实，比如说我现在戴着一副眼镜，对吧？那我的眼镜的第一视角的前方，假如说出现了一个屏幕，那这个屏幕它就是属于在现实场景中出现了一个虚拟的屏幕啊，然后它可以随着我的视角啊到处的晃啊，这就是一个增强现实。而混合现实呢，那就是这个虚拟的这个物体，它和现实已经绑在一起了，包括地理位置。比如说有一只皮卡丘，它站在一个桌子下面，那我必须要蹲在桌子下面才可以看到它。那如果我隔着桌子去看它，我可能就看不到。那这个就是混合现实。那这样的技术概念大家了解到以后，哎，这个就不容易就是混淆了这个东西。好，那我们重点说一下这个 VR 的内容。因为目前来说作为一个普通的用户啊，那我们现在能够体验这个元宇宙比较好的这个入口，就是通过这个 VR 啊，主要是现在可能我们如果买 VR 一体机的话，2000多块钱啊就可以体验。那么在自己家里，比如说一家几口人啊，就可以很简单的去了解这个相关的内容，去感受它啊，因为很多东西它是用语言很难去描述的。首先 VR 它分两种啊，或者是分很多种啊。首先第一种就是这个 PC VR，PC VR 它大家在商场里应该会经常见到啊，就头上戴着一个头显，然后呢有一根线要连在电脑里，然后两个手拿着手柄这样去使用。这种呢就是头上戴的它相当于显示器，但是实际上里面显示的内容它是需要计算的嘛啊，它需要算力。这个算力呢它需要的是要连接在用这个电脑的这个算力。那后面呢就是我们再说一下这个一体机啊，一体机 VR。那我把国内外的一些主要的品牌也给大家列举了，比如说 Oculus 是属于 Meta 旗下的 ，Meta 在2014年我记得2014年收购了一家企业，然后 People 的话是字节收购了一家企业啊，都是生产这种一体机 VR 的。那同样的话，它也可以去连一台电脑，使用电脑算力，当然它也可以用自己的算力去感受各种各样的应用。还有就是有人就说这个。头号玩家里面有一个跑步机挺炫酷的，其实现在已经做出来了。那比如说这个国城1号就是我们国产的品牌，那你就可以体验这种非常自由度非常高的这样的万向跑步机。那万向跑步机其实它解决了一个什么问题呢？其实它解决了一些眩晕感的问题。为什么呢？我们想一下，很多人他会晕车，那我们晕车的时候是因为人在车里人和车的相对运动是静止的。但是这个实际上这个整个车在相对于这个大陆这个车相对于这个陆地它是一个运动的一个状态那么在这个运动的过程中，那人的这个大脑小脑就会产生一个矛盾，那从而就会导致这个眩晕。好，那所以说我们现在就谈一下这个眩晕和沉浸的这样的一个问题。第一个就是自由度。那自由度的话，我们真实的这个就是我们在现实生活中，我们的自由度它应该是6道符，就是6自由度我们上下左右什么前后各种这个包括各种角度，我们都是可以去体验的。而以前的话还会有一些3自由度的，可能你相对于这个地面是没办法运动的，在这个虚拟场景里你是可以这个头部进行转动。然后第二个就是视场角，我们想象人的这个双眼大家看一下这个余光这整个的这个角度其实它是188度的它不是180度。它是比平面还要再多那么8度然后这个角在戴上 VR 以后，目前的一些设备大概是在95度到100度如果说这个角它再大一些那更接近我们这个肉眼的这个视角的时候，那可能这个眩晕感也会就是解决一部分。最后就是这个 PPD， 就是角分辨率。我们知道电脑屏幕它是有分辨率的，它是每英寸所占多少个像素点 那我们在 VR 这个过程中呢，我们看的是和肉眼的这样的一个视角，所以说我们要用每个角，就是每个视场角它所占多少这个像素点，那这就是这个 PPD 啊。人的肉眼的这个 PPD 是在60，那目前的很多设备大概是在20多啊，当然有一些新的设备已经达到30多了啊。那逐渐的这个清晰度就会越来越高。然后就是谈一下这个 AR 啊，那 AR 是真实世界元宇宙的这个交互技术啊，刚才我们也说过这个 AR 接下来这个发展呢，其实我们也是比较看好的，为什么呢？因为它的设备可以做的比较轻便啊，那现在 VR 设备可能要500-600克的这个重量戴在头上，但是 AR 的话，现在最轻的比如说 unravel 啊，它有一款这个类似太阳镜的，它就达到了一个76克啊，这个就是很不错的一个状态。然后大家可以注意到我是这个近视啊，大家可以注意到我是戴眼镜的我近视400度啊。那所以说我们也在这个统计近10年来，比如说我们中国的近视人口的这个变化增速它也是一直在增加的。所以 XR 的这个研发呢，也应利于这个近视者的使用啊。当然，目前有一些设备已经解决这个问题了，当然其他的设备也依然还存在这种就是近视患者去使用的一个困扰啊。很多人就说，在现实中我就不想佩戴这些设备，那我应该如何去体验一些元宇宙的感觉呢？啊，其实这裸眼 3D 的技术大家是可以关注的但目前来说的话，就是还是有一定的局限性。那现在很多的这个城市的网红地标它是使用这种裸眼 3D 的技术通过这种L 型的屏幕，就这样一个折面来达到这种3D 的效果。另外就是这个谷歌有一个叫 Starline 的技术，比如说我们在家里有一个屏幕，你面向屏幕和别人开视频，那你平时看到一个屏幕里的内容，无论你左右怎么去移动，这个屏幕里面的这个人，对吧？它还是相当于一个2D 的。但如果这里面的人他变成3D 了呢？比如说你看不到他的左耳，但是当你往你的右边移动的时候，你能看到他的右耳这个时候其实就达到了一个3D 的效果，相当于如果这个屏幕足够大的话，相当于我们在面对面交流，在一个空间里的这种感觉当然这个具体的就是通过这个语言描述还比较困乏，大家可以看一下后面的这个视频也可以去查阅相关的资料去体验这个内容。然后就是今年的一些动态10月12号那个 Meta 又更新了一些内容，比如说它最新的一款设备叫做 Quest Pro 这一款设备是面向于这种这个比较专业的人士去使用的。那其中呢，它就是展示了很多技术，它整个设备对吧？以前上一代设备整体来说算是 VR 设备，但这一款就已经达到了一个整体 XR 的级别，它涵盖了 VR、AR、MR等相关的内容，那其中有手势捕捉，并且在它的这个手柄上面也架设了摄像头，它可以捕捉到更多的信息包括这种 VR 办公，对吧？你可以看到这个后面的视频人可以看到周边的这个现实，并且也可以看到这个虚拟的屏幕，以及它的手柄也可以变成一个虚拟的笔，在这个桌子上去写字后面这个内容可以看到它也有了这个快速生成这个虚拟人的一些能力其实快速生成虚拟人是一个很重要的事情。比如说我进入到了虚拟场景，我和别人去面对面交流但目前的算力可能还不能就是把这个一个真人给放在里面那所以说可能还要有一个虚拟的形象，但这个虚拟形象它越像本人可能会越好嘛，对吧？大家就是有这种面对面见真人的感觉所以这样的一项技术其实是很需要的，而且成本越低，速度越快的话，是更有利于这个元宇宙的发展。以及就是大家也可以关注一下 Horizon 系列，这个在 VR 这个 Quest 的这个市场里面，就应用市场可以去体验，包括它这个 Workroom 这个工作场景，这两个都是不错的应用大家可以先去查阅相关的视频来看。好，接下来就到了这个第3部分，就是落地应用与思考首先我们思考一下这个第一个内容，赋能升级一体化有很多人就说我所在的这个产业，它接下来怎么去进入元宇宙以及呢它未来是怎么个发展那么其实就第一阶段吧，就是产业孪生阶段。你当前产业各个公司有没有去制定这个元宇宙的发展方案，对吧？有没有结合自己的自身以及元宇宙相关的这个不同的技术从哪一块开始切入？然后第2阶段就是产业链元宇宙阶段，第3阶段就是达到了一个成熟阶段，那个时候可能元宇宙真正的就发展起来了。好，那比如说党建元宇宙，那党建元宇宙的话，现在其实也是比较好做的，我们可以把一些100年以来的各种各样的一些重要的场景，我们可以进行还原， 还原以后呢，我们通过虚拟现实，对吧？我们可以沉浸到里面去真正的体验，那可能比直接看影视资料和读一些文字这个体验更加真实。那这样呢，我们就可以真的去学习到当年的这种艰苦奋斗的这种精神。包括这个政务元宇宙，那么在进行这个治理的时候，对吧？我们现在也知道有一网通办等相关的内容，那这些数据其实结合这个政务服务大厅等相关的这些虚拟场景，那可能更加真实的可以去解决一些相关的问题，以及后面我们再说一下关于知识传导的，包括教育元宇宙，包括历史、文化，还有这个旅游，对吧？这样的一些相关内容，其实它主要在于的就是思维的一个传导啊。我们可以知道，文字的时候它是更注重这个文字逻辑，而在这个新媒体时代的时候，那可能就是一些图像啊。那如果到了元宇宙时代，我们直接置身在我们要讲的这个知识和这个思维的这个表达里面，那这个时候他的这个思维就会更加的表象化，我们可能瞬间就了解到他意思，反而就不用过多的去纠缠一些逻辑上的问题，就是我把知识已经复刻到我的脑海里了啊，这是一个很好的内容。那么艺术元宇宙哈，大家知道艺术来源于生活啊。那假如说我们就生活在这个元宇宙里面，每天可以在这个奇幻的各种世界中进行穿梭的时候，那我们能释放的这个想象累计的这个收益是更加宏大的。然后就是元宇宙与城市啊，这个元宇宙与碳排放以及元宇宙与碳中和啊，其实它这个是非常相关联的。我们在元宇宙里面解决的一些事情啊，其实它是可以替代我们现实生活中一些能耗的一个问题啊，那从而就达到一些这个减碳降耗、这个生态平衡的一些应用啊。那工业元宇宙它和数字孪生是强相关的啊，包括很多的这个现有的数据，它是要绑定在一起。工业元宇宙的话，它的核心其实就要是考虑到降本增效的一个问题啊。这个具体的场景，大家也可以基于这个来往后去想象，以及农业啊、医疗也都是相关的。那只不过医疗如果去做的话啊，那可能在这个包括医疗的教学以及具体的医疗操作，那都可以相关的这个去参考啊。其中呢，可能用到 MR 的技术会更多一些。那么体育元宇宙，我们是可以重点关注的啊。因为现在也知道每天大家都很忙啊，那我们通过 VR 可以在家进行这个 VR 健身、VR 体育运动啊。理论上来说啊，如果动作捕捉将来做得更好的话，如果全身是吧，我们通过 VR 设备都可以捕捉的话，那么胳膊、腿对吧，都可以在里面动起来。那比如说我在里面打拳击对吧，我手上拿这个手柄，我就可以对着这个敌人进行这个挥舞啊。以及就是前面也可以有一个虚拟人，对吧？我可以学着他的动作去做一些，包括跳健美操呀，包括一些学习舞蹈呀，也都可以进行这个，包括这个学习舞蹈呀，这些内容啊，也都可以搞定的。然后有人也问过这个关于零售啊，就是 AR 零售啊、VR 零售这些东西能不能做？其实是很好做的啊。其实我们来思考之前的一些内容啊，比如说电商这一块。对吧？那从图文时代电商到短视频、直播带货啊，那这个其实就是我们对于商品的这个体验的这个沉浸感的增加。那么在这个元宇宙里面，那我们假如说就考虑这个 VR 零售或者是 AR 零售，它是一个沉浸感的一个更加丰富的一个递增啊。所以在这个时候，如果你购买这个产品的欲望可能会更加的强烈，以及你对这个信息的掌握也会更加的这个丰富。最后就是也说一下这个关于这个应用里面啊，元宇宙与 IP 啊，其实这个是一个非常重要的啊，因为元宇宙也是需要流量的。比如说我做了一个虚拟空间，那需要大家进入到这个场景里去体验，那如果没有人来玩怎么办？那所以说原有在我们现实生活中的流量，在这个移动互联网时期的这个流量，我们是要考虑到的，把它给移植过来，就是引流增值啊，以及现在现实生活中。大家喜欢玩这个剧本杀，那剧本杀里面有很多场景啊，可能要靠大家自己想象。但如果我们通过这个虚拟场景的复刻，我们沉浸到里面，那可能就是一个别样的一个演绎的过程这个二维码可以扫一下，这个就是我们叫元宇宙产业链大数据一个小程序啊。扫完之后呢，大家可以看到很多这个产业的内容啊。接下来一个板块呢，就是元宇宙人货场营销。啊，那这也是我们轻博智能正在进行的这个相关的这个业务。首先啊，这个轻博智能呢是主要是做这个以前大数据啊，还有这个人工智能 NLP 相关的这个内容啊，包括这个网络的舆情分析、开源情报分析 啊，以及呢就是一些文本纠错等相关内容，包括这个融媒体啊。那后来也基于我们这个 AI 的能力为底座，那我们把这个人货场营销的这个升级再造啊，就是打造了出来啊。那首先这个人，对吧？我们原有的技术可以对这个网民这个在网络上公开的信息进行一些分析，我们可以分析到一些用户的一些诉求啊，比如说我们在做这个市场调研的时候，通过这个大数据就可以了解到。那么接下来在我们打造这个数字人，打造这个就是虚拟人的时候，那我们就可以有一些这个数据的支撑来进行这个决策。那货的话其实就是数字资产，那数字资产的话，我们是也可以通过区块链等相关的这个形式啊，把它进行这个数字资产的这个确权。未来就是放在这个厂里面啊，包括现在这个水换科技的这个厂，这个虚拟场景，这也是厂的一种啊。那我们把这个虚拟的这个人，虚拟的这个藏品，对吧？然后呢放到场景里面之后，我们就可以打造一些更加有创意的这样的一些玩法。那第一步就是 CEM 客户体验管理系统，那就是我们要去了解大家到底在关注什么，根据大家关注的内容，我们再去打造这个人货场。那么从公开数据就可以让 AI 快速的去识别大家的一些诉求，我们把这些诉求整理下来，就可以直接生成我们的一些决策的支撑。那再往后就是整体的一个架构啊，刚才其实也看到了啊。那这个架构里面其实还有一个要说的，就是关于三身合一啊。三身合一我们在后面会给大家介绍。那第一个人，虚拟人，刚才我们说到了，那虚拟人长什么样？虚拟人其实有很多种，有这个卡通型的、真实复刻型的、3D 的这种写实的啊，各种各样的都有。那比如说我们可以看一下这个旁边的这个视频，对吧？这个视频呢是我们的这个 AI 机器人在唱歌。那好，大家也可以看一下我们这个虚拟人唱歌的这个视频啊，它是通过 AI 的技术来生成的。好，大家就是看差不多就可以了。像这种内容啊，其实就很快啊。那可把虚拟人建模以后，对吧？然后呢，再用 AI 去训练一些声音，我们把一些唱歌的一些内容啊进行简单的一个制作啊，就可以生成这样的一个视频。也就是说，也是提高我们这个效率的一些问题。那比如说平时我们去录制一个这样的视频，可能需要很久啊。那现在通过 AI 的形式，可能1天就搞定了，甚至说有时候可能几分钟就能搞定一段视频。接着这个内容呢，它就是在我们的这个原挖虚拟人生产力平台，大家可以看到生产力啊，生产力平台就是来解决这样的一个问题啊。当然具体内容我们可以以后再去了解这个，包括呢我们在这个联合国中文日来做的这个参保啊，就是也是央视新闻播过的这个视频，大家也可以简单看几秒。像这种动画的话，可能大家平时啊去做的话，要找专业的动画制作人员啊，要消耗一些不少的成本。但实际上，我们把这个虚拟人给做出来以后，通过原挖系统，对吧？我们提前定制好一些相关的内容，就可以快速的生成这样一段视频。可能一个普通人，我什么也不会，我不会做这个动画，我只需要按几个按钮，就可以把这样的一个动画给生成出来啊。这个是一个很不错的利用这个 AI 技术来做出来的内容。那再往后就是真人啊，就是高仿人机器人。高仿人机器人的话，就是解决了我们在现实生活中的这个分身啊。我们也可以看一下这个我上面的这个，就上面的这个视频，大家可以看到它的整个这个外观啊、皮肤，对吧？它的身体是做的这个机甲风啊，但是它的这个头部可以看到，基本上是真假难辨。那个离远了，你可能就以为这是一个真人啊。那这种它的应用场景也是非常多的。那以后和我们的这个 AI 大脑融合到一起，就可以解决这个我在现实生活中分身的一个问题，包括用虚拟人解决我这个虚拟分身的一个问题。另外呢，就是很多人就说我特别喜欢一个虚拟人，或者是我特别喜欢某一个虚拟形象，但是呢，它始终是虚拟的，我在现实生活中是没办法和它交流的。那我们通过 AI 技术来，通过刚才的机器人的制作技术，我们把它给拿到现实生活中，我们可以看得见、摸得着，也可以和它进行相关的交流。那这个时候，对吧？我们就可以和自己的这个虚拟偶像啊进行见面了。好，刚才也提到了这个三身合一的这个系统啊，大家可以看到这里有真人，还有它的机器人，以及它的虚拟人啊，这3个是可以进行这个相关的互动的啊。那未来的话，机器人和虚拟人会共用一套大脑，并且呢去学习真人的这个相关的思维。 那么它就可以三者进行对话，以及就是来做它的一个分身，这就叫三身合一的系统。好，接下来是这个人货场的货的部分啊，就是我们的自铸铸造的这个数字资产平台。那么铸造完之后，我们就直接拿到了这个轻薄的这个场里面，就是无尽之塔。我们把这个我们把数字资产铸造好之后呢，就可以拿到这个轻薄的无尽之塔，也就是我们这个场里面。那这样的一个场，它除了有这个编辑器以外，对吧？我们也可以去定制一些更好的一些场景。那么用户在里面可以进行这个发布会、签约仪式，包括办理这种会议会展啊。那里面可以多人的在线的进行交流，包括未来也可以接入一些支付通道啊，那可以直接在里面进行买卖。以及呢，就是我们做过的虚拟人啊，也可以拿到里面来作为这个 AI 服务啊。比如说我的分身也可以在里面，对吧？比如说需要我在里面去给大家讲解什么东西，把我的分身放在里面啊，就帮大家去做讲解啊，这个也都是可以的。并且可以支持多个端口，我们正在打通多个端口，包括 VR 端、手机端以及这个 PC 端，啊，当然我们也在去探索更多的场景，比如说我们在面向文旅的时候，是不是可以去做一些这个，比如说这个是中华之塔哈，那这种就是应用到这种文旅场景啊，我们可以基于不同的这个景区它所涵盖的历史文化，我们可以去进行相关的塑造。包括更多的行业，我们也可以基于这些行业本身啊，我们去挖掘内部的这种，包括很多的这个不同的行业，我们可以挖掘它本身的内容，去制造这种场景，然后呢，让各种用户在里面能够快速的了解大家想要传递的信息。好，接下来是这个时空编辑器，我们也希望用户能够自己去生产相关的内容。那么在时空编辑器里面，大家拿着这个开放的工具，可以去打造自己想要的这种虚拟空间，去进行相关的展示。当然，我们也在和某短视频平台啊，是国内比较知名的啊，进行这种深度的合作。那接下来就可以在这种平台里面直接接入到我们这种虚拟场景，从而帮助各个品牌方啊，包括这个各种景区以及各种用户啊，把这个流量进行相关的接入。那同时可以直播到外面，也就是达到一个 Web 2.0 和 3.0 的双循环的一个状态。啊，这里就是我们整体的一个元宇宙的架构，从底层的轻元链啊，到上面虚拟人、无尽之塔、行业元宇宙，以及未来我们要做的就是开源元宇宙。以上就是让你更懂元宇宙相关的这个内容，也希望大家通过我今天的分享啊，能够对元宇宙有更进一步的认识啊。大家也可以是吧，我们交个朋友，加个微信啊，以后呢一起探讨这个更多的元宇宙的应用场景。当然，大家有一些思路和想法呢，也可以与我啊一起去探索。好，谢谢大家。
大家好，我是启航出海的主编 David 鱼友，很高兴再次受邀参加今年的全球科技大会 ADEP 2022。去年在这里呢，和大家分享了我们对于后疫情时代的全球流动性趋势与转型的观察。今年我将在这里分享的主题是企业出海与智能化增长。又过了1年的时间，我们再次共同见证了无数次足以写进人类历史的时刻与事件。无论情愿与否，我们不得不承认的是，当前我们所处的世界已经和疫情前大不相同了。世界也进入了一个全新的与我们认知差异很大，甚至可以说相悖的一个新的全球化进程。我将本次分享内容主要围绕着3个方面展开，分别是武器理论的新应用、全球在地化理论实践方向与企业智能化增长，并在此前呢，先行做出一个结论式陈述，来为我们启航出海过去3年以来，包括未来或许很长一段时间的重点观察与分析方向，做出一个概括性总结。在当前的新全球化过程中，跨境营商与投融资活动的不确定性出现了巨大增量，新的确定性也将随着国际政治经济局势发展而出现阶段式成型。以美英为主要代表的世界主要经济体对于资本的偏好出现了翻转式调整。新能源与技术产业人才和知识产权将在未来较长一段时间内的作为重要资源被战略性和竞争性的追求和储备。同时与之相匹配的，则是次要经济体与边缘世界国家的资本偏好承接与基础生产要素和人才的输送关系重构。中国的企业与人才将在这一进程中发挥巨大的影响力，东方的大航海时代或将开启。 在以往商业化、全球化的过程中呢，企业经营者对企业经营、管理及其他具体事务参与者身份的流动性进行投资的行为已不鲜见，并在近10年来逐渐趋于完善。其中一大显著特征便是对于五期理论的普遍与灵活应用。五期理论呢，最早出现在上世纪80年代，是由哈里·舒尔茨创立的3面旗帜理论演化而来，旨在通过对全球化进程的了解与分析，将生活与生产活动至少分配到世界5个不同的管辖区。那根据理论应用，插上5面旗帜。第一面是公民身份旗，即所持有的公民身份。这个身份呢，必须是在一个没有以公民身份为基础的税收制度国家或地区。第二面呢是企业经营期，也就是公司注册所在地，同样要么是一个低企业税国家，要么呢是对企业产生的收入类型不征税。第三面则是投资管理期，绝大多数的固定资产和投资资产需要配置在一个经济稳定、治安良好的国家。第四面呢是生活居住期，用于选定的长期居住地点，这也将是我们将在其中度过大部分时间的国家或地区。那第5面呢是税收身份期，那即选定一个居住地成为当地的税务居民，而这个地方要么是一个真正的避税天堂，要么仅对征收当地所赚取的收入进行征收。那么在早期的5期理论实践中，参与者们必须保持履行，以避免成为除了税务身份期以外的其他管辖区的法定税务居民。原则上，他们在任何一处都居住不到半年以上，进而确保了无论是从税收角度，还是从资产保护与风险管理的角度来看，对于任何一位当前主要收入来源是在某一单一地点产生的人来说，都可以从5期理论的实践中获得颇为可观的收益。随着近年来全球疫情、国际关系、科技进展与环境问题等因素对全球化进程造成的深远影响不断发酵，世界主要经济体间逐渐形成了默契，对 RCBI 和 STEMIT 的偏好做出了结构性调整，着眼于对未来产业与新科技人才的战略性竞赛与储备。同时，伴随着区域性经济伙伴关系率先得到恢复，并得到了显著增强，那人们对于流动性的投资的偏好也相应做出了微妙的调整。5期理论呢，进入了全新的应用场景。从过去2年到接下来很长一段时间里，世界各主要经济体都将着力于对未来产业和新科技人才进行战略性储备，同时调整他们对本国流动性资产投资计划的偏好。美国对 EB5 的投资额调整却更新了 EB2 的政策解读 manual。英国关停了 T1， 却大力推动创新移民。欧盟极力反对一切成员国和潜在成员国的 CBI 项目，澳大利亚 BIP 项目等也纷纷跟进调整，这些均是很好的例证。从上世纪末开始，沿袭下来的很多传统的 RCBI 方法和理论进入了一个不可避免的新陈代谢过程。再来谈谈全球在地化。全球在地化 globalization 理论指的是全球化 globalization 和本地化 localization 的理念结合后产生的理论。国际化是一种具体的企业策略，它代表了企业使其产品或服务尽大可能的去适应不同地区的特点，从而帮助企业采取恰当的市场进入策略，并在不同的国家或地区顺利生存与快速发展。一般来说呢，在企业的全球化进程中，必不可少的是具有国际化业务经验的专项专家、技术专家和其他领域的专业人士提供信息和协助。那么在地化或者称本地化，则是在全球化、国际化进程中呢，企业使其产品或服务适应特定目标市场需求的具体过程，是企业对于区域、文化、语言等诸多条件进行分析后，做出针对性产品设计，在符合企业本身利益和发展需求的基础上，满足目标市场需求的规划和实践流程。而全球在地化理论则是在前两者的前提下做出了更高的要求，即企业的个人、团队乃至企业本身组织结构和员工社群等都需要具备思想全球化、行动在地化的意愿和理论。那么这项能力在国际化进程进入新阶段时已经不同于以往，在这个新阶段里，区域性经济伙伴关系愈发凸显了重要性，国家和企业经济策略与战略呢及其参与者和驱动力均发生了重大调整，这也必然导致了未来商业场景发生了根本性转变。而在以往的全球化过程中，国际商品贸易和西方产业资本向外转移制造和外包是主要的驱动力。在新的阶段中， 则不同，全球经济重心已然出现了向东半球倾斜的局面。亚太地区的区域经济一体化将成为全球化进程极为重要的驱动力，而在这一过程中，3个领域会发生比较重大的变化，分别是资本市场、颠覆性创新技术和制造业。新的全球化进程对于参与跨境营商与投融资的企业和个人都提出了新的需求。正因如此，我们提倡全球在地化理论，并积极将其应用到商业实践，重点在创新科技和生物医疗等领域协助企业在亚太地区的出海发展提供技术与专业信息支持，并为企业在新全球化时代的探索与着陆、目标市场的合规性调整与匹配新增长点提供有效援助。在世界进入新全球化的过程中，地缘政治与区域经济关系都发挥着巨大的作用。基于种种考量，我们为您介绍了5期理论和全球在地化理论，用来帮助企业更好地去理解和应用新全球化进程中可能带来的机遇与挑战。那也协助各位呢，在跨境经营与投资行动中得到足够的理论支持。为应对上述新陈代谢过程和发生在3个重要领域的巨大变化，我们建议各位在进行企业跨境营商与投融资规划时，将企业智能化要作为重中之重，并积极寻求突破与发展。而我们将为各位提供必不可少的技术侦查与战略提升。我们将着重协助企业以 A、B、C、D 为核心的新兴技术产业寻求智能化突破，分别指的是人工智能、区块链、云计算和数据分析。那基于云计算环境和移动互联网工业产生的新兴技术，这些技术都能与 5G、物联网等技术完美融合，并成为智能经济的决定性生产要素。通过这些新兴技术产业方向进行智能化企业智能化的技术和产业智能化升级，那么将使您的企业在产业布局较为单一的或者是比较传统的市场取得更多的政府支持和本土市场的竞争力，而在产业国际化完成度较高、智能化较为成熟的市场呢，则能更有效的、更高效的嵌入本地经济生态，并快速实现合作与增长，从而快速地完成全球在地化理论的实践。来做一下总结，关于企业出海与智能化增长，我们启航出海将在如下的3个领域进行长期全面的观察与分析：商业全球化与企业运营管理及其他具体事务参与者对身份流动性的投资；出海企业全球在地化，实现跨境着陆生存与增长；助力出海企业增长的智能化升级与技术应用。由于众所周知的原因，哈尔福德·麦金德所描述的世界岛已经陷入100年未有之大变局中。亚欧大陆的陆权两极和离岸手的博弈也将在未来5到10年中快速升温，并影响新的世界格局。在这种大势之下，对于很多无法参与主权博弈牌局的众多普通人来说，作为新全球化的参与者，作为跨境营商与投融资领域的一份子，成熟且具有较强相对性具有相对确定性的边缘地带国家，比如说东亚的新加坡与马来西亚，也许将成为一个会给我们带来更多惊喜和收获的地方。我们也将对此类型区域呢保持长期的重点观察，也希望我们的观察与分析在未来更好的帮助到大家。我们是启航出海，启航出海致力于服务每一位商业全球化参与者，携手于众多年深耕于跨境营商、投融资及贸易服务、国际法律、税收咨询等服务的行业意见领袖，以客观求实的立场、专精特新的观点，提供有关跨境交付与消费、商业存在与投资、自然人流动与身份筹划等方面的及时深入新闻资讯评论和产业动态热点分析，助力中国企业出海，并为其实现全球化、全球在地化与智能化增长提供专业的信息与技术支持。谢谢大家。
That was an enormous plate of new valuable knowledge. Did you enjoy it as much as I did? Pretty sure you did. Our astonishing speakers gave us a piece of great information from the social impact of AI on society to the future of quadruped robot. We had so much valuable insights from our speakers. Now it is time for some giveaway session. Today, in room 1, we are giving out a Huawei Watch Fit 2 smartwatch to the lucky winners. Now, Make sure you have scanned the QR code on the screen to answer the question. The question is, who is the father of artificial intelligence? Be sure to put your answer and one of you will be the lucky winner that will get the smartwatch. The winner will be announced in our IQI Global Facebook page, and be sure you have liked and follow our Facebook page so you won't miss out on the winner's announcement. Now, let us put the empowering session aside to have a little bit of entertainment. All of us like to be entertained in various sort of ways. Nevertheless, music is a form of entertainment. It brings joy to our hearts, smiles to our lovely faces, and connects us with people and sometimes with the one that we don't even know. That said, let's welcome our next performance by Jude Maxson Bang Sing and Kyle. I hope you guys will enjoy it.
Stop the clocks, it's amazing. You should see the way the light dances off your head. A million colors of hazel, golden and red. Saturday morning is fading. The sun's reflected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes are caught in your gaze all over again. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in a winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness softly clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. The weather outside's changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. The radio is playing iron and wine. This is a new dimension. This is a level where we're losing track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in a winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness softly clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. I met you in the dark, you lit me up. You made me feel as though I was enough. We danced the night away, we drank too much. I held your hair back when you were throwing up. Then you smiled over your shoulder. For a minute I was stone cold sober. I pulled you closer to my chest, and you asked me to stay over. I said I already told you, I think that you should get some rest. I know I loved you then, but you'd never know, 'cause I played cool and I was scared of letting go. stay with you until we're great. No, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I'll wake you up with some breakfast in bed. I'll bring you coffee with a kiss on your head. I'll take the kids to school, wave them goodbye, and I'll thank my lucky stars for that night. When you looked over your shoulder, for a minute I forget that I'm younger. I wanna dance with you right now. Ooh, and you look as beautiful as ever, and I swear that every day you get better. You make me feel this way somehow. I'm so in love with you, and I hope you know, darling, your love is more than love, it's waiting gold. We've come so far, my dear, look how we've grown. I wanna stay with you till we're great. No, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. I wanna live with you, even when we're ghosts. You were always there for me when I needed you most. I'm gonna love you till my lungs give out. I promise till death we part, like in our vows. So I sing this song for you. Now everybody knows that it's just you and me till we're great. No, just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go.
It has been an incredible journey with all of you on board for the ADEPT International Convention 2022. It has been an absolute pleasure for me to host you throughout the last 2 days. Before we wrap up the day, we would like to thank Joy IQI for organizing such a wonderfully impactful convention. Not to forget our prestigious speakers worldwide for sharing their knowledge and wisdom. Lastly, a big shout out to our sponsor, Exim, partners, media partners, and university partners for creating a foundation for a successful event. We'll come back with magnificent speakers again, stronger and even better next year. If you want to know more about ADEPT 2022, you want to watch a playback of this live stream, check out for our social media and email announcement because we'll let you know the information there. Thank you and see you all next year. I'm Winnie, signing off.